going to receive an alarm activation from 6 Penrith Road in Kenilworth. Don't worry, it's just somebody who needs to get in who's going to set the alarm off. 6 Penrith Road in Kenilworth. Yeah. Is fridge magnet. All right, thank you.
I'm good. Morning, everyone. If I can just ask you to start settling down. You're about to start. Okay. So as I'm sure many of you are well aware, today is a Friday. We ended quite late yesterday. We ended at 5 o'clock. It being a Friday, people already being in weekend mode, the program accommodates the need for the weekend to kick off weekend celebrations, as we would say. So we're ending at 4 o'clock today. I'm sure that most of you would like to stick to that particular time. And on that basis, we're going to get cracking now. There will be one or two additional things that will be happening. I mentioned it to you yesterday already. We will have a young team of entrepreneurs showcasing their goods, giving us a brief presentation, but then outside actually demoing what they're doing. That will happen, I anticipate, just after tea. And then we obviously head back to the program. There's also something else that we're looking at towards the afternoon. But very brief, it will not detract from the amount of time that we have on the particular program. So the one thing that was quite interesting to see this morning is, people's greetings and how they've amended their greetings with the announcement of COVID-19 finally reaching South African shores. I was surprised. We're only the 7th African country to have the coronavirus. I would have assumed, not to say that it's a prestige award, but one would have assumed that it would have gotten here earlier and not leaving us at 7th place. But hey, it finally is here, so people are taking their precautions and they're a bit nervous. But getting back to today's business, up next we're going to have an opening address by the commissioner, or one of the commissioners of the information regulator, and that is Colin Whippend, who will be giving us a presentation, and that will kick off the day. Thank you so much. I think a round of applause would do.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of the Information Regulator, the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission in absentia, the chairperson of the Information Regulator in absentia, and all esteemed guests. My topic today refers and relates to privacy and cybersecurity. As we would all know, the information technology age is upon us, and we need to be having what we would call a future outlook, to be able to embrace technology and be able to use technology to our advantage and to make, and to make our lives easier. So, who is the information regulator? The information regulator is established in terms of Section 39 of the Protection of Personal Information Act 4 of 2013, simply put, POPIA. So currently only sections 1, sections 39 to 54, and sections 112 and 113 are operational and in force. The regulator has approached the President of the Republic of South Africa to operationalize the remaining sections of POPIA, which means all the sections that are not yet operative and in force should, if all goes well, be operationalized during the course of the 2020-2021 financial year, starting from the 1st of April. Upon POPIA being declared effective, both public and private bodies will automatically have a 1-year extension to comply with POPIA. Section 14 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, simply put, the Constitution, provides and guarantees the right to privacy in the Bill of Rights. The regulator derives its mandate from the Constitution as it relates to the protection of personal information. A recent court judgment in the matter between the Black Sash and the Minister of Social Development and others confirms the responsibility that responsible parties, public and private companies have, and they must actually ensure that adequate measures are put in place to protect the personal information of data subjects in their possession. Recent developments in the South African landscape. The Amabugane Center for Investigative Journalism lodged an application in the Constitutional Court to confirm certain sections, in particular section 16.7, 17.6, 18.3a, 19.6, 26, and 22.7 of the Regulation of Interception of Communications Act, simply put RICA, to be declared unconstitutional and invalid. The above-mentioned action by the Amabugane Center for Investigative Journalism is informed by an earlier High Court ruling in the South African South Gauteng High Court, which declared mass surveillance and interception of foreign signals by the National Communication Center unlawful and invalid. Simply put, it is an invasion of one's privacy. The information regulator is preparing for the operationalization of the remaining sections of the Protection of Personal Information Act. The operationalization of POPIA will provide the regulator with powers to enforce compliance, promote privacy by design, introduce compulsory and voluntary mechanisms and standards. If necessary, introduce wholesale amendments to POPIA, if so required, in order to achieve a balance between innovation and regulation, align the regulatory landscape with other countries who are bringing about rapid regulatory reforms. The speed of innovation in the 4IR requires a progressive and forward-looking as well as an evolving regulatory model and framework. Innovation is at the center of the 4IR and includes the development of new products and services, solution-based approach to services. In a recent article in the Business Tech, the head of user experience at Capitec was asked why Capitec altogether developed a new app instead of updating its existing app. In response, Mr. May shared insights into the reasoning for the move to launch a new app, as well as what goes into something like a banking app that is right for the use of millions of different customers. Simply put, May said, the old Capitec banking app did not have something called native functionality, the capability to incorporate new and evolving features like biometrics and types of data tracking. The new platform was designed from the ground up to be much more plugged in and play, allowing the banking group to only address the needs of customers as they stand today, but also ensure that a future-proof, as it is called, is incorporated into new and also accommodate new technologies which may be developed. So what we can gather from this is that the industry is preparing for a progressive, forward-looking and evolving landscape in terms of their business and to retain the competitive edge. What is an ideal approach to an evolving regulatory model? Anticipatory in nature, considers different scenarios, it should be flexible, integrate with different stakeholder requirements, and establish platforms to address challenges emanating from cross-border data flows. What is very important for us to realize and understand is the impact of the 4IR on the protection of personal information. So, what we understand and what we know at this stage is that a rapid disruption in the global data ecosystem is occurring. Unprecedented increase in trans-border flow of personal information is currently happening, resultant unknown emerging risks to both regulators and responsible parties. And there's a potential erosion of trust between data subjects and responsible parties because of the complexity of the environment and the continuous disruptions that occurs. What are some of the key elements that the Protection of Personal Information framework should contain? The Protection of Personal Information framework that would be ideal and suitable for a continuously disrupted environment should contain a responsive mechanism to the changing environment, or rather the continuous changing environment. Adaptable to continuous disruptions in the environment, it must contain risk-based decision-making, and privacy by design must be implemented instead of privacy by default. Security safeguards. So now we refer to cybersecurity as it stands. Section 19 requires of a responsible party to put adequate measures in place. The measures that responsible parties implement should be of a reasonable standard. Two elements should be satisfied, which includes organizational measures and technical measures. Referring to organizational measures, those are the measures that refers to any policy procedure regarding security, password updates, etc. With regards to technical measures, we need to consider the patching, firewalls, the licenses that are required and industry specific for each and every type of sector. The regulator has observed an increase in the number of security breaches over the past year. There are two categories of reported data breaches. Those include self-reported data breaches, so that's now proactive compliance and voluntary compliance by responsible parties. One such is the data breach that occurred that took place at Liberty Life, and then the information regulator has engaged Liberty Life with regards to the data breach. And registered by the regulator, those are regulatory efforts where a data breach has occurred, and then we then engage before the responsible party would approach the information regulator. Data breaches potentially exposes personal information of data subjects to, amongst other, what we would call possible identity theft. Identity theft is the basis for people trying or attempting to use your personal information for fraudulent means and aims. A data breach is where one or more people, usually clients, are affected, and that breach gets to be reported to the information regulator so that the information regulator can advise the responsible party on measures which should be put in place to prevent the recurrence of such a breach. The maximum penalty that a breach can attract is 10 million, should POPIA be effective after the automatic extension for compliance. In conclusion, taking into account what Gershwell said about Friday, there is a need for state and non-state actors to collaborate. We need to look at privacy by design, which is actually a GDPR term, and then also look at functional equivalence, where sector codes are approved. And then what we also need to ensure is that adequate safeguards are put in place, and there is compliance with the 8 conditions for lawful processing of personal information. So, it is very important for all of us to comply, and what should foster a culture of compliance is partnerships like these, where we have the South African Human Rights, where we have UNISA from an academic perspective, and where we have the information regulator from a regulatory perspective to join hands and to ensure that the culture is promoted and maintained of compliance with the Protection for the Personal Information Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Up next, of course, is the first panel discussion for today. Our first panelist is here already, waiting in her seat. That's, of course, Alison Tilley. Our 2 other panelists, the one is on her way from Sunninghill, so she will be with us shortly. So, Alison, you have the floor for now. But, of course, the chairperson for this particular session is Osmond, who is the Northwest Provincial Manager for the South African Human Rights Commission. And he will be chairing this particular session. I don't know, Osmond, do you have any opening remarks in the interim, or are we going to go straight into Alison's presentation?
Morning, colleagues. It's just to introduce the session itself.
Okay, so you'll get to that in 2 seconds.
Right.
2 seconds. I just wanted to check with you if you're
Sure.
going to do that in terms of protocol. So what we're dealing with today is privacy and cybersecurity, and I think that all of us on one level or the other have come across this in some shape or form. So whether it be that you're with an insurance company that recently got hacked, or you'll be looking at certain state departments that had their websites hacked, or it be you receiving weird friend requests via Facebook, and suddenly people are offering you wealth and riches either through joining some funny organization, or they tell you that they're a refugee in a particular place and you need to send XYZ information, XYZ amount of money, information gets leaked, or all kinds of other things that people have been forms of cyberbullying. Even there was, I forgot what it's called, where you basically held hostage with images, intimate images that you may have sent to someone, and then someone claims that they have your intimate images and they're going to share it with the world unless you pay them X amount of money in dollars or Bitcoin. So it is ultimately something that you need to take seriously. Even a lot of our banking, cell phones, a lot of our banking is done via cell phone. And imagine if it gets stolen and you don't have the necessary protection. So I think it's something that is touching on everyone's heart. And I think that for me is an important issue to discuss this morning. So Osmond, of course, is the chair of this particular session. Alison Tilly, who I'll just briefly introduce, she's the coordinator at Judges Matter at the University of Cape Town. She will obviously be our panelist. The next panelist on her way in is Ms. Veronica Mutlautsi, who is the committee chair for Technical.za Domain Name Authority. And they will obviously, she will be joining us as soon as she possibly can. Osmond, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thanks, Kash. Good morning once again. I am going to be Ms. Chantel Williams for this morning. Gashwal has already introduced the topic that we will be covering during this session, which will start now at 9:30 and end at 10:45. As I was asked to play the role of Ms. Williams today, I got myself thinking that as we were exiting yesterday, the parking lot, there is a writing next to a camera that says, smile, you are on camera. And I asked myself if I've consented to have my information and my face and everything recorded. And I thought it was quite relevant to what we are discussing today, that as we become more and more technologically advanced, it means we are leaving a lot of our information in the hands of third parties without necessarily knowing that we've consented. Did we agree to this? Where will this information be taken? And the like. But we also understand the needs for security and access control and the like. So I think a topic like the one we're discussing today is quite relevant in that regard. And just another comment which is taken from the Hyundai judgment of the Constitutional Court, where it unpacks the right to privacy in our constitutional dispensation. But it also has a paragraph which is intriguing there, which says, the more a person interrelates with the world, the more the right to privacy becomes attenuated. So as we are entering, or as we have already entered this phase, is the right to privacy becoming more and more protected, or there's an acceptance that it is becoming more and more attenuated? But I guess ours is to listen to our speakers who will enlighten us on this topic. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. Commissioner, I don't know where Mr. Weapon went, but good morning. CEO, COO.
Sorry to disturb. Would you mind doing it from the podium? Yeah, thanks.
that's fine. I don't need to connect it. Yeah. Awesome, thank you. Good morning again, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. I thought we might start with a thought experiment which might bring home to us the question of how privacy is very important to us. Now, for those of you who have your phones out, you're already halfway there. For everybody else, imagine that your phone is out and in front of you. And I'd like you to then imagining using your fingerprint or your security code to unlock your phone. And then I'd like you to imagine giving that phone to the person next to you. It's got your whole life on it, right? I mean, you would never do that. Never. I think it's that sense of how much information is there and how much, of you is on that device that really brings home the idea of trying to protect our privacy. If you imagine 30 years ago, my house, we did have a telephone. It would have been at the end of the corridor. It would have stayed there. And everybody you would have answered the phone down the passage, and that was it. It was a device that simply, rang and you answered it, and there was somebody at the other end of the line. So we've come a very long way in terms of carrying our information around with us on devices, putting them up on our laptops, and then of course that information being stored in the cloud and on other devices. Of course, that's not the only place where our personal information goes. My medical aid knows when I go to the gym. And I trade my privacy for a low gym fee. So I've decided clearly that my privacy is worth something there. And I'll give some of it away in order that I can pay less for my gym fee. If I went with the right insurance company, they could know when I have a car accident. They could know how often I break the speed limit. They would probably know if I bought car insurance with the same company when I accidentally drove into the lamppost. That information all put together would give them a picture of whether or not to insure me and for how much, and how much they would charge me. So again, there's a very direct relationship with the information that's out there in the world about you and how much you pay for the services that are being offered to you. So we have the right to privacy as a shield against the surveillance of both the private sector and of government. I think when we talk about surveillance, we tend to think about the government for some reason, and we tend to use that word in relation to government. But I think we have to be very conscious that we are under surveillance by the private sector and by private capital. Now, at the moment, the shield of privacy is largely located in the right to privacy. We know that there is legislation in PAPIA that should protect us further, but that legislation is not in operation. If PAPI were in operation, we would be protected against our privacy being violated really by the condition of lawful processing. So it would be saying, look, we understand, because we are in the world where we give up our privacy all the time. We understand that we need to protect your privacy, and we need to do that by having things which really, very simply put, mean that if you're going to collect my personal information, you have to do it for a reason. It's got to be a reasonably good one. If you're going to use that information, you can only use it for the purpose for which you collected it, and then you must destroy it when it's no longer relevant or needed. So, and as Commissioner Weapon pointed out, in Section 19 and POPI, there are very specific measures which we tried to put in place around trying to secure your personal information. So if I'm going to take your information and process it, I have to do it under conditions where I actually have enough security built in that I can protect your information from other people who might abuse it. So this is the shield that you have and that you go around the world using to protect you and your right to privacy. There isn't just a shield, though. There is a sword, and the sword is coming by way of the Cybercrimes Bill. The Cybercrimes Bill has been some years in the making. When it was first introduced, it was introduced as a piece of legislation that was very urgent. We're some years later, so perhaps the sense of urgency is not there anymore. It's gone through a number of iterations. The legislation has changed profoundly. It had two sections, one dealing with cybercrime and one dealing with cybersecurity. And the whole section on cybersecurity has gone back effectively to the intelligence agencies to rethink. And the section dealing with cybercrimes is now the one that's moving through Parliament. And in cybercrimes and that legislation, we create a criminal offence, which is unlawfully and intentionally accessing data, or a computer program, or a computer data storage medium, or a computer system. An unlawful and intentional access of that is a person is guilty of an offence. So now it's not just saying that I have a right to shield my information from people who are trying to get it from the outside. If somebody in some way manages to get my information off perhaps my device, I am then able to say there is a criminal offence, and I would go to the National Prosecuting Authority and say, or to the police more properly, and say this is now an offence, and I would like to now open a case in relation to my devices or my data. As mentioned, there's also very important protections built into the cybercrimes legislation around revenge porn. So intimate images being shared without the consent of the person whose image it is. And I think that that's going to be something that particularly protects a category of information that is very personal. These ideas of privacy and security are very closely connected, I think, now, because you're not going to feel secure about putting information on your phone if your phone can be hacked, right? So your sense of privacy is to some extent connected to the idea that you can keep that information secure and that you have a remedy if somebody tries to get through that information. I feel like there's almost like an arms race at the moment in relation to these issues. So as we know that there's more and more capability within the state and the private sector to surveil you, to know when you shop and what you buy and how fast you drive, I want more privacy for my data. I only want to be watched in the ways that make sense to me. I want to be watched for my safety. I want to be watched for my interests. I don't want my data stolen from the people who hold it. So I want encryption for my WhatsApps. That's a very good idea to me. But at the same time, I want the insurance company to call my security company if my car looks like it's being stolen by somebody. So there are these tensions about, on one hand, trying to make my data more secure, and then, on the other hand, giving data to people because I think it's going to benefit me. Now, in order to see how these competing interests are going to be resolved, we can look at a number of different options. One of the first ones that we look at with our laptops is making sure that there's antivirus software that's in place. And often we have to buy the antivirus software. So this is basically a situation where you're in a situation of risk. You're sitting in your house and you realize that you're going to need to put an alarm in and burglar bars and maybe some barbed wire. And you are going to have to pay for that. So the onus then shifts to you to pay for that antivirus software and to make sure it's updated. Another option is to actually require of the vendor to put in place standards. So when you buy a car, it has seat belts, right? Nobody asks you whether you want seat belts or not. The seat belts are standard. That's another option where government actually says to the people who create the risk, people who make the devices that we have and who make the software that we have, you are going to have to make sure that you are able to secure people's private data. And we are going to require you to do that. And we're going to do it by regulatory intervention. So that's another option. Another option, which I think we are certainly going to have to think about in South Africa, is that police agencies are going to need more money. The kinds of funding that we need to seek out cyber criminals to try and secure, when you have a criminal who is out to get your information, there's only so much your defenses can do. At the end of the day, if there is that criminal, that person needs to be arrested and then charged and then successfully convicted. And there the question is, do we have the capacity within the police and the prosecution services and in our judges to do this? Because, these are judges who, I'm very admiring of our judiciary, but I have to concede that perhaps they are not, in a position to fully understand how to deal with cybercrime. And that's an area also for education, which I think we have to think about. As Commissioner Weapon mentioned, that the GDPR takes the route of requiring privacy and cybersecurity to actually be built in. So it should be baked into the system. Companies have to implement data protection by design and default. And that's certainly, that's an option. But more than that, we're going to have to think about how we structure our managing of information. And I think that's the thing that I'm interested to see how people are starting to think about all of these things as being different faces of one problem. So you have an information system, you have all your information stored. How much of that is private information? What special protections do you need for the private information? What cybersecurity protections must there be in order to secure that information against the outside world? And of course, we have to do all of that without compromising accessibility. So we're now in a situation where I think we've got a number of different factors or different issues that have been treated separately. So your information officer is here and they must deal with accessibility. Your privacy person is over there and they've got to deal with what of your information is private and try to protect that. And then there's the IT guy. And that's the person then who's responsible for securing the whole system. But all of these people are going to have to work together in order to make sure that it all works coherently. And then, of course, there's another issue, and it's not directly cybersecurity or privacy, perhaps, but I wanted to just speak about it briefly. In that little team of people, who is going to deal with the ethics of artificial intelligence? Because I think that's where things are going to get interesting. Because now, let's assume that you're in a position where you've got yourself organized, you've got your access to information officer, you've got all of your, you've got your ATI manual, privacy systems are in place, and your cybersecurity team are ready to go. What are you doing with all of that information? And the answer is quite probably you're making decisions about people's lives. You have too many people to make decisions about, to have a human make those decisions. So you're going to ask your computer to do it for you. So when I apply for insurance, the computer will have a look at my risk profile and perhaps set a premium. Or perhaps refuse me insurance altogether, right? So now or refuse me credit. I think that's one of the big ones. So my application for credit is now refused. So what do I do now? Well, I'd like to appeal that. And normally if you appeal a decision, you go to the human who took the decision and you say, I would like to appeal your decision. Here are the facts that you should think about. And maybe this will change your mind. In this scenario, there is no human, right? The decision was made by the algorithm. Now, we are going to have to think about the ethics of the algorithm and whether the algorithm is actually treating us equally and fairly and differentiating in a way which, for example, doesn't amount to discrimination or unfair discrimination in particular. That algorithm is only as good as the data that that company has or that business has. Some companies who, I mean, certainly my view is that companies like Discovery, I think they tell you they're an insurance company, but actually they're a data company. They're in the business of gathering data from every possible source and putting that together in a business model that says, okay, your insurance premium is going to look like this, your medical aid rate is going to look like that. And all of this will be done without human intervention. There is, in fact, a section in Poppy which was introduced which we put in because of exactly these concerns. So Section 71 deals with automated decision making, and actually says that a data subject may not be subject to a decision which results in a legal consequence for him based solely on automated processing of personal information intended to provide a profile of such a person. I've left some bits out just to make the sentence simpler. But effectively what it says is that the machines shouldn't be the ones that make the decision about you, that when you are taking large quantities of data and processing it, there should be a human involved. Now, I don't know how long we can sustain that position because, frankly, there's so much data being processed in so many ways that we may not have enough humans who are involved in the process and are able to make decisions. How are we going to deal with that? Well, this is where I come back to this question of an ethics officer or somebody whose job it is to actually think about these consequences. If I'm somebody who's been refused credit, the likelihood of my being able to understand why the algorithm refused me and what it is that I did wrong, I don't know that I'm going to be able to understand that. And the person who's been using that data to make that decision may not understand it either. There's a very interesting case. You'll know Mr. Bloomberg has just given up his ambitions to become the American president. When he was the mayor of New York, got his business process people to look at where fires were happening. And there was a correlation between fires and a particular kind of building permit. Now, there's no logic to it. There's no reason that the one is connected to the other. But they could see that somehow there was a connection, there was a pattern in the data. And that's where they sent the fire inspectors. And they managed to reduce the number of fires. But not because it was logical, but because that's the pattern the data showed. And I think that's going to be one of the interesting challenges, is how do we use things like privacy and cyber security and access to information in this new environment in order to make sure that there is justice in the algorithm, because obviously that is going to be extremely important going forward so that we know that we are treating people in line with the Constitution, and I would argue particularly in relation to the right to equality. Thank you very much.
I've noted that our second panelist has not arrived yet. So on that basis, what I think we can do in the interim is to open up the floor to questions and any comments that people might have around what the discussion has been thus far. So If you don't mind, Osman, to facilitate that then in the interim. I'll help with the mic.
All right. Thank you so much. I will abuse my position sitting here by perhaps opening the floor for discussions by pointing out that what used to be the Attorney's Indemnity Insurance Fund has specifically excluded a claim related to cybercrime from what they are able to cover. And meaning you have to take additional cover for such. It's interesting that you've talked about the bill that is underway. But are we then? The question would be: are we then moving into a situation where certain consumers may even have to foot the bill for any activities related to what we are currently facing, where we enter into this phase, but then there will be an additional burden on those who now want to be part of that, of the economy by participating in that field. But then I will also extend that discussion to other participants. Perhaps we can take 3 to 5 questions and three questions, and then allow our panelists to respond. Maybe that will change. I will wait for Casual to direct. One of our panelists has arrived. We may proceed. Okay, thank you. Yes, we've just been joined by our second panelist, Mr. Tamingos. What was the direction, CEO? The panelist or the questions? Thank you. We may. Yes, all right, sure.
There's a hard taskmaster here. So I think that's exactly one of the interesting questions. We are going to be asked to pay for protections as though we created the risk. And I think that's the problem, because we can't know what the risk is, because we're not on the inside, we're not cybercrime experts. We can't really judge what the risk is. If I'm a homeowner and I'm thinking about whether to put up barbed wire or not, there's a lot that I will know about the environment, how often crimes occur, what the likelihood of somebody wanting to break in is. Perhaps I have a particular habit of keeping cash in a safe in the house. That will create a different risk profile. So I think we're in a situation where, in that situation, even though we are being asked to pay to manage the risk, we at least know something about the risk that we are managing. My bank account, I mean, I use a number of different banks for one reason and another. Some of them take cybercrime incredibly seriously, so much so I have difficulty accessing my own money. Others seem less concerned, but have more things like, a second factor authentication, which they clearly feel manages the risk better. But I can't know any of that. And that's why I'm really dubious about this idea of placing the burden on the consumer to pay, because I don't know what I'm paying for or how much. And I think that's something that I would really start to resist and say, look, you're creating the risk, you're bringing this product to market, you have to secure it, and you have to provide it in a way that it meets the criteria in POPI, it meets the criteria in the cybercrimes legislation. So in order just to make, to not try and put that burden on me. Same with privacy generally. I shouldn't have to be constantly trying to manage the privacy in my apps. Because no, I'm not going to read the T's and C's. I'm not. So you have to, you, the person who creates the app, have to make sure that my privacy is protected. You can't just say, well, oh well, you know, it's too bad if your privacy is violated. So I think that would be one of the ways that I think we as consumers can approach this in actually refusing to let that burden to be shifted onto us.
We believe Mr. Nkosi has caught his breath. The facilitator, Kashwell, prefers that you present from that podium.
Oh my, okay.
Thank you.
This is indeed baptism.
What? No.
That's what you get when you're late. You can't even find microphones, and they're not even your height. Morning, colleagues. Apologies. Flew in from Cape Town this morning. Took the 6 o'clock flight, and as the trend would be, Mango is always late or delayed. And then you have to catch the train that uses times, so it means you're ultimately late, and that's the reason why I'm pretty much late. Very happy to see my colleague, Alison Tilly, in the struggle. I haven't seen her in a little while, but yeah, excited to see her. With that said, I think big shoes to fill in presenting after Alison, who I always refer to as a guru, you know, to assist me in my work. I will not necessarily, I think there's a couple of things that are troubling me. The issue around cybersecurity, the issue around privacy is going to become at least the next big question within the next decade or so, if not more. We're seeing a growing number of state institutions that are grossly found to be invading people's privacy in this country. State security agency being the one. And you know, the entire hoo-ha that has been created with how they have, you know, essentially surveilled journalists, lawyers, activists, and such, and whistleblowers as well. I think there's a growing concern with regards to the invasion of privacy by state institutions for perverse reasons. Sometimes it's primarily because of political reasons. And ultimately, it then begs the question, how on point are we in this country with our cyber protection laws to ensure that we protect our citizens from essentially their information and their privacy being invaded? And I think I'll move away a little bit because, you know, cybersecurity is not necessarily my area of expertise, but in essence, not being an expert as well. My interest more specifically is around the issue of surveillance and how unsafe we are in this country. I think most of you have seen the challenge that we had launched together with Amabungani, and I think maybe Alison touched a little bit on that. And I think one of the key things that we have not necessarily been able to ensure that it finds expression in the public discourse is the fact that part of the challenge that Right to Know did as amicus and friends of the court is to essentially raise the issue of metadata gathering. And the other one is on bulk surveillance. We see our service provider essentially gathering metadata that, one, we're not necessarily sure how long they stay with the data, who has access to the data, and what use beyond essentially just gathering the metadata. What is that metadata then therefore used for? Which is why we then challenged the RICA law to simply say it does not have the necessary safeguard to at least to some degree ask the service providers to give us a sense of who has access to this metadata and what is it used for. And I think that's one of the things that we felt the High Court did not necessarily express itself with regards to that, and we then therefore made substantive arguments in the Constitutional Court to have the Constitutional Court make a ruling even on that one. And there's also the issue of bulk surveillance, where essentially you have our law enforcement agencies essentially going to a designated RICA judge to ask to surveil an Alison Tilly. And one of the contentions for us is to simply say, Do we take the state, the state apparatus's reasons for surveilling Alison as the holy word? Primarily because what we've seen them to do is to essentially lie to the designated judge as to reasons why they would want to surveil Alison Tilley. We've seen frivolous reasons in as far as we suspect she may be a terrorist and whatever the case might be. But the problem then therefore becomes Alison does not then therefore have recourse because she's not notified that she's been surveilled and she's not notified post-surveillance. She's not told why she's being surveilled, and she's not told after the surveillance has ended to be told to say, look, we surveilled you, and this is what we found. As a result, if there's any form of abuse, that Alison can then therefore be able to take, the state forward, to take the matter forward and actually ask for recourse. And that's the growing number, that's the bigger concern that we have in this country, given the nature of activism around access to information and the secrecy of the government and the secrecy of our securocrats who, in essence, essentially function without any level of accountability. The close nature of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence as well simply tells us that we don't know the extent of the abuses that the State Security Agency and other apparatuses are involved in as far as the abuses of the right to privacy are concerned. So in essence, for us, there needs to be a greater shift to demand a greater accountability from the state security agencies and other state apparatuses, the police as well, to ensure that the right to privacy remains protected, and wherever there is a need, should there be a threat to national security, should there be a need that you are surveilled, there are necessary safeguards within the RICA law in itself to ensure that you are not necessarily being abused in the process. And that's the RICA, that's the RICA challenge that we took to court together with Amapungane. I was reading a very interesting book that got brought to me as a birthday present that looks at the state of surveillance globally, but it's set mostly in the US. And there's a growing worry to say, the truth of the matter is every state agency has an interest in surveilling its citizens primarily because they want to control the narrative and what the discourse is and essentially be able to, they call that counterinsurgency intelligence. And I think that we're sitting with a problem in this country where privacy invasions happen on a daily basis. You walk up any corner in the northern suburb of Gauteng, you're probably going to see a gray-looking pole with very nice-looking cameras on them. And nobody knows how these things got there, why they got there, to what end are these things being put there, whether the law enforcement agencies in this country even have access to that fiber network to be able to work to decrease crime, which is the pretext that is mostly used for the growing number of the growing surveillance that we're witnessing, particularly in Gauteng, at least at the moment. So we're sitting with corporate-sponsored surveillance in our hands, and it's, at least from our point of view, it's a gross privacy violation, primarily because we've seen private security companies actually using the use of CCTV camera to fight crime, but the unfortunate part of it is that they have softwares like the license plate recognition software. They have facial recognition, even though they still deny, but they have facial recognition. And what does that mean with regards to racial profiling? So it raises all sorts of questions and all sorts of violations that we're going to witness at least in the next decade, 2, 3, even more. And we're grappling with the question to say, can we afford a state that is paranoid and is invading people's privacy and surveilling people through the National Communications Center that half of the South African population doesn't know if it even exists, and corporate sponsored surveillance, which treats South African citizens basically as data subjects, because these cameras would take license plate of every car that goes past. It boasts at least 850 cars per minute. And that's the strength of these cameras. So you can imagine you have car insurance companies licking their lips at the amount of data that they can buy from this private security company to sell you. So that's the reason why we then suddenly, imbibed with all kinds of calls, selling us all kinds of things. So there's a collusion between private security companies that are using kind of CCTV camera-enabled surveillance to actually use us as data subjects and data mining and essentially selling it off to the telemarketers. And that poses a serious problem with regards to how far are we willing to go to trade off our own right to privacy with the text that says South Africa is a crime-infested country, we agree, but to what ends are we then therefore going to compromise or give away our own privacy for the sake of crime-busting systems that are in place? So in essence, I think maybe to depress you a little bit, I think that's the purpose why I'm late, because I was going to come here and actually depress you even more, to say we have a very highly securitized country, and it's becoming worse by day. And we're living in days where our right to privacy are constantly abused on a daily basis. And I don't think there is enough uproar from the society to actually understand how important our right to privacy is. And it's a new phenomenon, but there's lessons that we can learn from different countries with regards to how they've been able to fight, we call them parallel states, right? Because this is the world of the unknown, this is the world of the virtual reality. So in essence, the fourth industrial revolution, in as much as it presents beautiful opportunities to digitize things, to make things a bit more faster and all sorts of things, it also compromises our own safety. On the internet, it also, in the cyber world, it also compromises our own safety with regards to how much information we give away online, and as a result, there is an invasion, there's a greater chance of privacy invasion. So in as much as we're looking at the world as it evolves, we need to be very careful to safeguard some of our constitutional rights to ensure that this fourth industrial revolution does not undo our civil liberties. And I think with those few words, I would leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Indeed, I am a little depressed, but thankful for the information you've provided. We have our third panelist, Ms. Veronica Matlauzi. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Motlowutsi, as they have mentioned. I am the CEO of Smart Digital Solution. I also sit on the ZATNA board, being a chair of the namespace and the technical committee. It's an honor to talk to you about human rights and fourth industrial revolution, which is a very important topic to some of us who are in corporate, because we talk about how do we then create trust, okay? But the most important thing, we know that with the fourth industrial revolution, or the data economy, or the platform economy, however we mention it, there's also a problem of how do we then protect the user at the end, because we talk about IoT, which is the main driver of digital revolution. You have sensors everywhere in corporate that collects data on the user behavior, on a particular process, on a particular function, so that executives are able to make right decisions for their organization, right? So everywhere you go, you have your wearables that really collects data about yourself, about your behavior. You've got e-commerce that collects data about your shopping patterns and all those things. And the issue of trust is not really taken into consideration. You are only protected by opt-in and opt-out. We also have a situation in the country where we don't know where cyber security is residing. Who owns cybersecurity in the organization, in the country? Is it with the defense? Is it with the Department of Communication? Is it with the police? Is it, you know, and people are not really educated on how to manage such cases. Who investigates the issues of cybercrime? Who's responsible for protecting the users with regards to the issues of cybercrime? Who's responsible for protecting? Now we go into another topic with cloud computing. All right, where now our information is residing in another country. They've got their own laws. For us to be able to access or dispute, we have to now comply to the US laws, yet it's our information, it's our users' information. So those are the things that really needs to be tackled at, and it's also a challenge for most of us who are in corporate, who are working, who are using this particular, who are using data. We need to really think about how we protect the users, how we protect the organization, while we are driving the fourth industrial revolution. We have the policy, the ECT Act was drafted around the 90s, you know? So it hasn't been changed even today, yet it governs our ICT laws. It governs, it's supposed to govern the fourth industrial revolution. So those are the policy implications that we are dealing with as a country, that we have a policy that is outdated. We thank God that the Commission might bring new things. The fourth industrial revolution Commission might bring other policy consideration that needs to be taken in, or incorporated into the Act. So those are the issues that we have to think about, that we want to bring to the table and talk about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It is now just before 10:15. This session will end at 10:45. That means we have 30 minutes for discussion. I guess then Kashwel will assist. The floor is yours. As Kashwel is walking, I only have one question for my brother Tami, that he's talking about the spaces being already invaded. But every time you listen to a radio show and there is a protest action or something that is happening in the community, or a crime that has happened, South Africans are always saying, where is crime intelligence? Where is crime intelligence? So how do you respond to those who are already saying that? But over to you, Gash, and the participants for the round of questions.
I have a question of my own, and it's similar to what Osmond had asked now, and that is the whole issue of how does civil society, as well as the Commission and any other organization that has an interest, especially around privacy, play its particular role, considering that what would happen is that the on-the-ground grassroots levels, critical mass support that you require for change and for decent regulation would probably be absent, because those very cameras that you're talking about on those poles, if I had to go back to my neighborhood and I don't know, on the WhatsApp group, raise my concerns about it, I would probably be shut down, because everyone would point out that those cameras are there to keep us safe. Yeah. And so, in other words, you almost have people that are willing to forego their privacy, people who are willing to participate in the Big Brother republic, people who would then point out that if you do not have any secrets, if you don't have any you know, indiscretions, then you shouldn't have a concern, and that privacy then should be secondary. So how does one then deal with that aspect? Without a broad, long, lengthy education program, because we know that that is another challenge in itself. I think if we can, maybe take a couple of questions, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. I think Alison raised a very important point earlier around the ethical issues or ethics with regards to algorithms, you know, in terms of AI. I read something quite interesting the other day, that Google now has an AI tool that actually scans about 300 million Gmail attachments per week, obviously to prevent malicious attachments and all of that. And of course, there's something like 1.5 billion users. And I think my sister there mentioned as well that we've also got these foreign companies that, I mean, many of us here may have these Gmail accounts and all of that. So my question really is around how do we, in sort of this mayhem of having these global corporations or conglomerates operating in this space, how do we ensure that we observe some of the principles that were raised, you know, in as far as issues of privacy? There may be issues of consent, you mentioned justice, and a range of others. And I think of beneficence and all of that. How do we not harm users? I mean, there's also issues around system suppliers. There's a value chain in terms of, you know, from the tool itself being developed to the end user. How do we really, as South Africa, and perhaps maybe the role of the Commission, in your view, in us trying to really have those principles really being out there? Thanks.
Yes, I've noted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that order. Please keep your face straight up for the
Yeah, hi. Dale McKinley, and thanks for those. I think that one of the challenges here is that there wasn't a great deal other than Alison being said about actual cybersecurity. I felt like we were in a couple of other panels moving on, particularly mine that comes afterwards in terms of predictive policing. Anyway, I have 3 different questions that specifically address cybersecurity issues and look at it from a different way. The one is the application at the grassroots level. Given the reality that over half of our population does not have affordable access to the internet, that's the reality. I think the latest example, I mean, you know, basically I'm talking about affordable and consistent access. Yes, people can get data and they can access. What does that mean? Are we talking here, and is this debate here an elite debate? Or is it one, how is it, and are we putting the cart before the horse, essentially, in terms of a debate about cybersecurity? In the context of that it doesn't apply to most poor people, particularly rural people, who don't even access the internet and can't even do that. Is the step first to look at access before we're looking particularly at cybersecurity, or is it a coterminous kind of thing? That's the first question. The second one is, what is it that we begin to do? And I think that the title of this conference gives us an indication of what we're here for, which is, what are the challenges to human rights organizations, which is basically, when you have an entire models that now are dominating on the internet, like data mining models of Facebook and in particular, what kind of regulation do we need? Simply because it seems like basically Facebook, just like oil companies in the 1920s and 30s and 40s and energy companies ran roughshod over every single human rights thing, now internet companies are doing exactly the same. And Facebook is doing exactly, essentially, but the human rights issues are just shifted onto the internet as opposed to in a terrain, a physical terrain, like a community and a mine. So what kind of regulations do we need? It seems to me that this is the most one of the biggest Achilles heel and the weakest point that we have in South Africa is that our regulatory authorities and the implementation of our laws are simply non-existent or virtually non-existent. And so we can have nice theoretical debates about all the laws that we need, but if we have no implementation of these laws and we have no regulation of these laws, one has to just look at the financial services industry and see where that leads us. And the third thing is, what do you have to say when cybersecurity is used on the other side for censorship? and this is the key thing. If you look at all the cybersecurity laws on our continent that have been passed in the last 5 years, every single one of them, generally, the fundamental shift of them is to basically suppress, not to necessarily always just to mine and to spy and to access, but basically to use information in order to censor. So national security, pornography, in our case, Film Publications Board, for example, example there. So what do we do to respond to issues where cybersecurity becomes basically the sword of censorship? And as opposed to simply just surveillance and spying. Thank you.
Good morning. My question is around the area of research using social media. I've come across a case of a researcher that wanted to do a research on social media, and then they were not able to find guidelines on how they could go about getting study subjects and and all other such issues pertaining to ethics using social media. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Marumo. I'm from the Department of Trade and Industry. I am cognizant that there's many questions, so I'll be very brief with mine. Ms. Tilly, when you made your interventions, you made a very germane point about the lack of capacity, in some instances, of judiciary to deal with certain areas that maybe when they were in practice, they would have considered to be very esoteric. And I think in your view, in your capacity working with Richard Callan's outfit, the DGRU, you monitor the JSC's appointments. And so I'm sure you've noted that there are some gaps in terms of various substantive areas in terms of the judiciary. Mine is very much focused on that. So in my work, I do engage with quite technical areas where we need to ensure that the judiciary is capacitated. And one of the challenges that we face is that when we do engage with the Judicial Training Institute, which resides within the Office of the Chief Justice, they are quite clear that the judiciary guards their independence very jealously, which of course is a good thing. But one of the ways in which that's interpreted is that training can only be rendered to judges by other judges. Yep. So how sustainable is that in your view, particularly in the context of ICT and very, very technical areas where I think even globally, there's quite a shortage of judicial capacity on these issues?
Yeah.
Thank you. There was a hand here and a last one this side.
Okay, my name is Ntutuzi. Okay, let me stand up, sorry. So I'm just gonna make an example, but this is basically for graduates, people who have, excellent knowledge in programming, right? So in the US, the relationship between the US and Russia, right? There was a hacking crew that hacked the US, and the guy who, they got to find out the guy is in Russia, and the guy is not getting arrested in Russia, right? But when he gets to arrive in the US, he can get arrested on US soil. So I'm more concerned about the laws in South Africa, basically, like how far is cyber laws effective? Like, what would that I do to self-education and to make sure that I don't go beyond the laws that's been set by the state, right? For example, City Power got hacked, Liberty got hacked 2 years ago, things like that. So what would be aligned where if I actually get to do this, I know I'm going to jail definitely for a certain time, and how far are we with those laws? And also the interrelationships with other countries as a whole. Thank you.
Last one, and then we'll allow our panelists to answer. Okay, colleagues, I think you have a difficult task. I wish I could assist, but I have to maintain my independence. So, so over to you. I think we can start with Alison, Tammy, and my sister. Veronica, thank you.
Should I stay here or do you want to? So I should use this mic, is that okay? Okay. That's a really great set of questions. The role of civil society seems to me a very important one, and the role of Chapter 9 institutions as well. And if I had to say what that role should be, I'm afraid it's not looking at just one solution. So yes, education is always critical around rights. I don't know that we, as South Africans, necessarily understand our right to privacy. So I don't know that we often really think about it when we go into a building and they say, please write down your name and your telephone number and your ID number and your car registration, and otherwise we won't let you in. And you can't argue with them, right? I mean, they just won't, they really won't let you in. And we don't mind. We seem to just, like little sheep, we fill in those registers. So there's a role we have to play in educating each other. I mean, I worked on a pamphlet with Right to Know, which talks about protecting your private information. Open that up. So that looking at, you know, hands off our cell phones and our private information. But I really don't think we can rely on any one thing. I think one of the things I would really want us as civil society to look out for is discrimination in the algorithm. And the only way you're going to see that is by groups of people coming forward and saying, we are all being treated in the same way, and it's not fair, and we think it's based on perhaps our race, or our race and our gender. And then having to go backwards, and then try to determine how that discrimination is happening, even though there's no human making those decisions. So I think we really have to listen to people around how they feel they're being discriminated against. One of the problems with this whole area is that it is very much an international problem, but we don't have an international government to solve it, right? So what do we do in South Africa when Google and Facebook and Amazon and all of these guys are not under the jurisdiction of South African legislation? Now, what the Cybercrimes Bill did in its approach was to say you've got to have one of a few things in order to found jurisdiction. So you've either got to have the person committing the cybercrime in South Africa, you've got to have the server or the actual hardware on which using that the crime is committed in South Africa, or you could have the victim in South Africa. It's a little clumsy because these things happen everywhere, and that's one of the difficulties with cybercrime legislation in all jurisdictions, is trying to work out what legislation applies and why. So I think that's something that the Cybercrimes Bill does try to do. The Cybercrimes Bill was introduced in 2017, and it's still in the National Council of Provinces. I think it's beyond amendment at this point. I think it's sort of been agreed that it's going to pass the way it is. I think one of the things civil society should be doing is agitating for the Protection of Personal Information Act to come into operation. I'm endlessly entertained by businesses offering workshops and packages on how to deal with POPI, and the law hasn't come into operation, and they're making money. I'm always just, it's like, how even? We've got to have the cybercrimes legislation come into operation. It looks like there are amendments to RICA, which we'd have to see coming down the line. I think all of those are things that we can do in South Africa in order to increase our protections. Dale, affordable access to the internet is very important. It's just not my framing for this issue today. My question is where people have access, and I think people do have access even in rural areas, and even when they perhaps don't have access to data consistently, people's personal information is then used, and often to exploit them. And I think that's something that we have to, yes, we can do user education, but also we have to build those protections in. And where there is particularly indirect discrimination, because of that, to take it on. I think that if you look at a model of regulation, I think the GDPR is probably the General Data Protection Regulation, which is now law in the European Union, is probably the example that I would look at as the most sort of far out ahead. And I would point to a number of examples of very big fines being levied against people like Facebook for abuse of information. So it is possible. We can look to those jurisdictions to see how it's done. It's never going to be perfect. It's a constant race. They're running ahead, and we have to run to keep up. Just in terms of the lack of capacity in the judiciary, I would, I'm afraid, have to agree with my colleague from DTI that the approach of SAHRC, that only judges can teach judges, is extraordinarily limiting. I mean, when you think about the range of skills and learnings that are happening now, and I think this is a particularly good example. I'm afraid a 60-year-old judge trying to teach 50-year-old judges, it's just not going to work. And I don't mean any disrespect by that. I am, as I've said, very respectful of our judiciary. But I think SAHRC have got their mandate wrong. They have misunderstood the independence of the judiciary. I think in order to be properly independent, the judiciary need to be fully capacitated and on top of all of the issues that are emerging in our society, and we have to break that deadlock. And I think that's something that perhaps Chapter 9 institutions could play a role in just trying to persuade SAHRC and the Office of the Chief Justice, and perhaps the Chief Justice, that this is something that does in fact need to change. I don't want to go on for too long, but there were so many interesting questions. I think we've dealt with jurisdiction. I would say that just for our colleagues across Africa, I mean, one of the jurisdictions that's really helped us has been Kenya, where their cybersecurity law was more or less struck down as it came into operation. It had a huge impact on how our cyber crimes and cybersecurity legislation was drafted. So I think there are positive examples. It is so that for many people, cybersecurity and cyber crimes, it sort of equates to a national security issue. I tend to think of them more as the government needing to play a role in keeping us safe as citizens and people who live in the country. We need security and protection so that when we go online, we have security, just as when you walk out on the street, that you can expect a police person to protect you. You know, it's exactly the same. There's no reason to think about it any differently. As I've said, the role of the Commission, I think, is interesting, and the role of the regulator is interesting. So how you find the distinction between, for example, personal information being abused and resulting in inequality. I mean, that to me, it seems, I don't know if you tackle that from the personal information end or from the equality end. And it may be you have to tackle it from both ends, and use all of the mechanisms that we have. So yes, popular education, mobilizing people, making sure legislation comes into operation, making sure Parliament holds government to account in making sure that we are protected. I think all of the levers of power that are available to us are going to have to be used in order to make sure that our privacy is protected.
Well, you may as well proceed.
Oh, okay. Yes. Just again, my name is Veronica, and the gentleman right at the back expressed his disappointment that we didn't tackle the topic, but the issues of privacy relates to security, cybersecurity. The issues of governance relates to cybersecurity, and how we protect the end user really relate to cybersecurity. And just to answer few questions, personally, I'm dealing as a user coming from corporate and expressing my frustrations as well with regard to what's happening in the country with regard to cybercrime, right? I'm dealing with the issue of financial extortion, you know, where it started on a social media. I am empowered enough to know what processes I must follow in order to deal with this issue. Imagine a normal person, a user, who don't have access to such information. As they've said that you come into a building, you provide even your ID number, right? You don't know what they will do with your ID number. But the security guard is there as a doorkeeper. If you don't provide your ID number, you won't get access. You won't go in, right? But no one is teaching. There's no awareness around what are my rights in providing such information. I go into sites whereby I have to provide certain information to get to a document, okay? And there's a tick of opt-in and opt-out. How well is regulated the opt-in and opt-out in our country? So that is the first one. And also to say, drive awareness in such a way that we educate the users that you share intentionally. Don't just share everything on social media because it does have consequences. With the issues of connectivity, unfortunately, like many cases in our continent, we have an issue of access to good quality connectivity, right? There are discussions around spectrum, 5G, making internet affordable to people who are in the rural areas. And what should come first? Should it be access or affordability, which is affordability drive access? Because if internet is expensive, then you won't be able to have access to it. For me, if you link the two, is that you have to drive awareness and all those plans together. You know, you can't give me wearable gadget and teach me later about information security. We see a lot of people wearing this gadget, all right, connecting to their phones, connecting to the internet, which is a danger on its own, because now this information, it goes to your medical aid provider, then they start changing your premium based on your behavior. Is it ethical or non-ethical? Those are the things that the commission have to really look at. So you have to give me access to certain technologies and capabilities. You drive education along. Those things, they go hand in hand. So it's very important that we do that. And again, I run an IT company. We put sensors in buildings, in trucks. We get information. We are not even conscious on how we manage that information, where it's stored. We talk about moving to the cloud. I take that information, I put it to the cloud. If there is a dispute, then I have to write to the US. You know, I have to follow US laws and everything. And again, it's expensive for me as a company, it's expensive for me as a user. So those things they need to look at. We've got a IT governance forum that is run by the ITU, which is the international and the US-based organization. That also dictate on how data should be used, how internet should be used, and we've got such situation. And I can tell you, just to stop right now, we've got a situation in South Africa, and this thing must be taken on. Who is responsible for cybersecurity? You get my point? No one, defense, you've asked, I had a session with defense, they didn't know what is cybersecurity. Those are the issues that we deal with on the ground. You know, don't even talk about the Department of Justice. I don't want to go there. Then in our organization in Zatna, we've got a smaller Nyana department that deals with IT governance. It's just parked there. I also said our act, if you read the Electronic ECT Act, it's outdated. Yet we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. So those are the things that are compromising the users, are not protecting the users. There's no awareness, even among different stakeholders, government stakeholders. There's no agreement on how these things should be managed. Thank you.
All right. No, I mean, I think Comrade Dale is correct. I mean, to some degree, you stand right in front of activists at the Right to Know campaign, for example, and you're talking about privacy and surveillance, and half the time it almost feels like you're having a conversation in your head, right? And I think it's a very unpopular subject, let alone if you're talking about cyber crimes. To a degree, I would agree with him to say we have a heck of a lot of work to do to popularize the subject matter. I think that's the one thing and that's the reason why the continued abuses continue, because we have a society that is not even aware of some of these things. And I think, yes, right now we're having pretty much a bit of an elite conversation amongst activists, amongst academics, you know, and every other role player. So to some degree, I agree with him, given that, you know, we still haven't even spoken about somebody in Mqanduli who has no access to any form of internet, any form of anything. So to some degree, I agree with Comrade Dale, and maybe perhaps that's the question for the Commission, for civil society collectively, to say, how do we go out there and ensure that we reach even to the grassroots as much as we possibly can to simplify these things, to, you know, so that we don't exclude other people, but we bring everybody on board in our country. And then that's the one. And the second thing, perhaps, is to say, what is the role of the Commission? Look, if RICA goes back to Parliament, I feel my responsibility of civil society collectively with the Commission would be to put pressure in ensuring that Parliament does its work. Part of the problem is that the designated judge, the definition that is used in the RICA law, the minister appoints the designated judge, but there's nothing in the clauses contained in the RICA law that gives them the power to do so. That tells you Parliament forgot to confer powers on who appoints the RICA judge. So the Minister of Justice then interprets this as, well, the powers are conferred unto me, and then they confer the powers unto themselves to make the appointment of a RICA judge. And that is illegal, right? And that's one of the issues that we're raising even with the RICA matter. So part of it is for civil society and the Commission or Chapter 9 institutions to put pressure on Parliament to actually do its bloody job. You can't pass a law that is not specific, that is not, you know, clear with regards to who does what, when, how. And that's the reason why there's so many loopholes in the RICA law. And if you read the arguments in court, you would laugh, because Mogoeng kept on saying, what the hell is this? You know, take this thing back, because what the hell is this? So I think that's the thing. So we need to be able to monitor these things as they gazetted and be there to raise the noise, to ring the noise, and not wait and react when something is now it becomes problematic because it's law. You know, we need to rigorously play that role. And I think there's a bigger question for us, whether you're thinking cybercrime, you think surveillance, whether in other related issues. The Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is a closed entity in Parliament. Is there something that the Chapter 9 institutions should do? I think so. How much are they using? That's the reason why 17 million gets stolen in their safe, in the building, as a slush fund, right? Now I'm saying we can't live in a country like that. We can't live in a country where we have an institution that does all they please, They have a budget nobody knows about. There's no checks and balances. We don't even know who the members of the JSCI are. We only saw the chairperson getting appointment who looked like a drunkard, if Alison remembers. And these are some of the things that are happening, and we're quiet. You go to the website on the state security, you're going to find nothing. I dare you now, you can Google it, you'll find nothing. When do they do a budget vote? When they get to the parliament, they say, no, we will implement the high-level panel report, review, recommendations, blah, blah, blah. That's all they say. How much they're spending to do what, and what not, they don't. Instead, they procure signal jammers that they don't even know how to operate. So we're living, I think for me, the anger should be, in as much as we galvanize the grassroots, we also have to play a role that simply say, we refuse to be set aside. We refuse for the doors to close on our faces as civil society organization, as Chapter 9 institution. We're going to insist that this government become transparent. This government, and every institution of government becomes transparent, becomes accountable, because that's what our constitution thrives on, and that's what democracy thrives on. And otherwise, we're giving away all our civil liberties, because it's elements like that in small corners, in small pockets, that ultimately erode our democracy.
Okay, thank you so much to the panelists. I am no longer dissociating myself from them. I think we did a great job in responding to those questions. They were tough, but we really did a great job. And thank you for the presentations. We've certainly learned a lot, and apologies to Veronica for forgetting her name, but I certainly remember it now. And over to you, Kash.
Well, I think that Osman deserves a round of applause for beautifully choreographing the panel discussion. Okay, it is coffee time, tea time, whatever your poison is, as I said. I will, however, ask that you come back 5 minutes earlier, because as I mentioned, we do have a presentation that will follow. So I'm going to cut 5 minutes either side. So 5 minutes of the tea break and then 5 minutes for the next panel discussion. I think that's fair. So if you can be back at 11:10, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lenora Martins. I'm from Perfection ITC Solutions. Like Gershwell has mentioned, we are powered by Cisco. Perfection ITC Solutions plays across various technologies and architecture ranging from collaboration, data center, security and enterprise networking. So we are displaying today Cisco Meraki, which helps you as an organization to remotely manage your network infrastructure from anywhere in the world. And you can log in with your phone from anywhere to monitor your traffic flow. It includes cloud and security, and also it includes infrastructure which consists out of firewalls and security. So you can come see us outside. We can take you through the capability and the functionality of the tool. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool tool to invest in for your company. Thank you. Are you going to do a demo when you come outside? Yes, of the tool and the capability. Yeah.
Thank you, Lenora, for keeping it short and sharp. So, as you mentioned, she will be, and as well as her team, consisting of 2 other members, they will be doing the demo outside. So, up next is a very interesting panel discussion, something I'm actually that I've been looking forward to for quite some time, probably because it gives me an opportunity to give one of my favorite references, and that is, of course, my love for science fiction. So I watch a lot of science fiction movies. One of them, of course, one of the most famous ones is Minority Report. I know that Steven Spielberg was at least an executive producer. I can't remember if he actually directed the movie. It stars Tom Cruise. It's from a couple of years ago. And the premise ultimately is that you're living in this futuristic society where crime no longer exists. But there's this thing called pre-crime. So if you are going to commit a crime, then you get arrested before you have the opportunity to carry out said crime. And it's dependent on these 3 humanoid creatures. I think they were siblings called precogs. So the precogs have a vision of what you're about to do, and then the race for the police is to get to you before you actually carry it out, and they drag you off. And and obviously it asks questions about intention, intent, and whether it is actually fair to live in a society where you're getting arrested, or that justice is carried, or not justice, but the law acts against you before you even get to do anything. And that is why and I don't know if that is actually the subject at all of today's, of this panel discussion, but when one listens to the title Predictive Policing and Government Use of AI, Trust, Transparency and Accountability, does make me think about that futuristic world. And to help us through that, of course, the chair of this particular session would be Chantal Kisun, who is the Chief Operating Officer or Chief Operations Officer at the South African Human Rights Commission. And sitting on the panel today is Mr. Akona Damane, who is the head of the Office of Digital Advantage, CSIR, Department of Science and Innovation. Next to him is Dr. Dale McKinley, independent writer, researcher and analyst and lecturer, International Labour Research and Information Group, and Ms. Hlengiwe Dube, who is the project coordinator at Democracy, Transparency and Digital Rights Unit at the University of Pretoria. So let's hope that my prediction about predictive policing is spot on. Chantal, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Gashwal. Greetings, everybody. Good morning, Commissioner, members of the Information Regulator, CEO of the regulator, officials from the Department of Justice, sister organizations, Chapter 9 organizations who are here, members of civil society and the media, of course, our provincial heads who've made an effort to be here today, and most importantly, I think, our panelists. We are delighted that you took up the call and very, very grateful for your presence here, so thank you. It is indeed a very, very interesting topic. I've taken the liberty of putting up some interesting information links if you're interested in looking at what the industry has been setting as norms and regulations for itself, but also two of the key references that we seem to refer to in Africa, the Malabo Convention and the OAS Budapest Convention. Now, there have been a lot of developments around AI. We sit here as human rights people wanting to assess what are the entry points, what are the issues, and how do we influence these issues best. But already significant developments are happening. And so perhaps some provocative questions without intending to navel gaze too much, but is to say that artificial intelligence, means that we are possibly more free now than we have ever been before. Or are we? Is this an industrial revolution, or is it a human one? As we begin to test the boundaries of traditional regulation, as we start to identify and promote possibly new rights and navigate the boundaries of the accountability for the upholding of these rights. Artificial intelligence has very significant consequences for enforcement and protection of human rights. It also has enormous potential for how we use it for good. And this is the theme that is touted as being the underlying theme that will inform the fifth industrial revolution, which we are quickly approaching. Now, we have seen that currently traditional policing methods are already being influenced to some degree by AI, but it would appear that the move now is to harness AI a lot more within the enforcement arm and in policing in particular. It's anticipated that the police will use more historical data to assist them predict when and where criminal activities will occur. For the 150,000 odd South African police services, who service some 58 million people in our country, which has the third highest crime rate in the world, AI could be a real shot in the arm that is needed to manage violence and protect rights. Government's use of AI in general means it will be able to extract more information about people in both instances, enforcement and in government in general. The increased reliance on AI and data that will inform decision-making is susceptible to a number of vulnerabilities. Heavy reliance on data unchecked and unsupported may result in false depictions of criminal behavior, discriminatory police interventions, and government resource allocations that rely on data exclusive to the context. We heard a little bit during presentations yesterday about bias and how bias creeps in when data is fed completely on social markers such as race. It emerged in the context of the banking sector, and it certainly will be a factor to acknowledge and flag as we progress with AI. The question of public trust, therefore, arises where government actions that utilize AI raise questions about who, for example, is to blame when a public servant relies on predictive policing software that mistakenly leads to the detaining of innocent people. These are questions that bodies like the Human Rights Commission and the National Preventative Mechanism, which is now part of the South African Human Rights Commission, which these bodies will have to engage with. AI's deployment into government institutions, which citizens depend on for safety and security, raises questions of transparency. What information is being collected by government with the assistance of AI tools? Where and how is this information being used? And who is accountable for its misuse? As the techs design predictive programs, gaps arise which continue to relate to bias, ethics, and the feature of basic human rights. Techs are really enablers. What should the protectors, like us, do to support this process? With freedom of information laws like access to information seemingly losing currency for the wider public, law is increasingly being seen as a social adjunct and not a panacea. So laws themselves may not sufficiently assist us in understanding how the information gathered by government is being utilized. This blurs the lines of accountability when citizens and members of the public seek to enforce such rights. As a response to AI entrenching itself within the public sector, this panel is very fortunate to have some thoughts shared with us that will focus on how trust, transparency, and accountability are maintained in an increasingly digitized decision-making process. I'd like then to call upon Shlengiwe Dube, who will share a little bit with us on her work at the University of Pretoria, the issues of accountability and transparency and surveillance. Thank you, Shlengiwe. Over to you.
Morning, everyone. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Morning, everyone. My name is Shlengiwe Dube. I am based at the Center for Human Rights, which is within the Faculty of Law of the University of Pretoria. So what I do, I coordinate programs on freedom of expression, access to information, and digital rights. And we work very closely with other organizations that do similar work. And currently we are wrapping up a report which is on access to information in the context of the South African elections that we held last year. So that is one of our contributions to the work of transparency and access to information and contributing to issues around accountability. And one of the things that we do is we work with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, specifically the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa. And we, through that collaboration, we have participated in the development of a normative framework that is also now shaping digital rights on the African continent. So back to what we are supposed to be doing today. The fourth industrial revolution and human rights. So we are seeing, it's a buzzword. When you're talking of technology, the fourth industrial revolution, you have to reference it. And we are seeing like the way it's being said, especially from the government perspective, that it's going to be, oh glamour, technology will enable the government to probably respond quicker to societal needs. It will, when the government takes advantage of maybe the digital economy, it will make it easier to even allocate resources, and also maybe through use and analysis of data. This can also allow the government to ensure things such as equitable staffing, training, resource allocation, correct security and safety provisions in the country. Probably also reduced costs. So those are some of the assumptions. So we're talking of innovations, smart cities, and also even smart policing when we are looking at the issue of the work of the law enforcement agents. So the fourth industrial revolution is also looking at issues such as those, like how is technology going to influence law enforcement? How is technology going to influence the criminal justice system, for example? So when we're looking at the issue of predictive policing, so this is one of the areas, one of the issues that come with this technological advancement. When you're looking at advanced countries like in the USA, in Europe, they have started using this for a very long time. But in Africa, now it depends on the stages where we are, technological stages. So, but it's one of those issues that we envisage, that as we talk about technological advancements, specifically the fourth industrial revolution, predictive policing is one of the things that we are not going to avoid. And when you're looking at South Africa specifically, the crime rate is very high. Issues of murder, crimes such as robbery, hijackings, and when you're looking at statistics on cybercrime, they're very high in South Africa. South Africa is a very high crime of have a very high rate of cybercrime. So does that justify the use of predictive policing, and at what cost, and what exactly does it mean? So basically what it does is that the law enforcement agents, they are also beginning to embrace technology, the use of technology in law enforcement agents, and to basically focus criminal activity and allocate resources in policing. So the assumption is that this is to augment the traditional forms of forecasting using computer algorithms to determine where crime is likely to happen and who is likely to commit it. And it makes use of data enabling technologies to make use of web-based activities. So essentially the aim is for the police force to ensure, to become better informed through real-time intelligence, also real-time forensics, things like real-time situational analysis. So you can see that it's premised on the assumption that, you know, when you use technologies in the police force, it will enhance the work of the police force, it will make the criminal justice system even better. And so ultimately then the aim will be to improve the country's safety. The aim will be to improve the country's security through analyzing networks, behaviors, identifying potential criminals, identifying those that might be at risk, those that might be victims of crimes. So predictive policing is mainly premised on the understanding that people are creatures of habit. Criminals follow patterns. And with the software, the same as the software that is used by retailers to determine customer behavior, customer trends. So with that same concept, the police can also determine where crime might occur possibly to prevent it as well. So when we're looking at this issue of predictive policing, we realize that it's dependent. The reality is that it's dependent on vast amounts of data that are available, vast amounts of data that have been collected. So it's a data-driven risk assessment methodology. So, the challenge is that sometimes this data is produced in circumstances or during periods, documented periods, where information sometimes that has been collected might be racially flawed. Sometimes the information might be collected through unlawful practices and policies. And what happens when that is the case? So what it means is that, so the data might be, so it means if this is the way the information was collected, if this is the bias that is associated with this information, what kind of outcome will the algorithm produce? So it means even the algorithm itself, being technology, it won't be able to escape the legacy of that discrimination that is associated with the data that has been used. So, and because of the bias that it is dependent on, it means the outcome even is flawed. So data might be outdated, data might be wrong. So the quality of data is an issue, is a big issue when we look at this, because this predictive policing is dependent on the data. But the data that is available, of what quality is it? Under what circumstances has it been stored? Under what circumstances was it collected? So machine learning ultimately will then get the answers wrong when the data involved is biased, is based on discrimination, is unrepresentative. So, so when we are looking at then the police department using predictive policing and based on the data that I have just described, so it means some neighborhoods, some communities might be disproportionately targeted. And if they are targeted, it means they will be disproportionately placed under surveillance. And when they are placed under surveillance, it brings us back to the rights that we were talking about in the previous session, which is the right to privacy. You have been indiscriminately placed under surveillance. What happens to your right to privacy? Is there justification? Is it proportionate? No. So as a result, when we're using such kind of data that is flawed, that is biased, it means as long as the police is going to rely on that, that cycle will continue. And it reinforces even those, this discrimination towards some sections of society or some neighborhoods or some communities. And this will also reinforce things like as ethnic bias, racial bias, and also even straining relationships between the police enforcement agents because of these assumptions, police enforcement agents and the communities because of these assumptions. So as a result, in as much as we adore technology and how it can improve our lives and bring so much convenience, when we are looking at the criminal justice system, we're realizing that predictive policing, in as much as it can say it to be bringing issues around efficiency, but it's now beginning to be a hot topic in the criminal justice system and in the human rights discourse because of these issues around, for example, privacy that I've just mentioned. And also, I'm just trying not to repeat some of the things that have been said. So when we're looking at this predictive policing, we realize that it is very important as we tackle this fourth industrial revolution discourse that there is need there is need for more objective research on the impact of these predictive policing tools and the impacts that they have on the societies. A lot is going to happen, but have we done enough research? Looking at the research institutions, yesterday we had a presentation from UNISA and the role that they are playing. And we believe that even as we step into the fourth industrial revolution, as we embrace these technologies, what is the role that is being played by the institutions, for example, such as us? Are we doing that objective research so that we begin to unearth these complexities and these contradictions that come with the use of technologies, especially in this context that we are looking at today in the criminal justice system? And as far as governments are concerned, there is also a need to conduct a more holistic and regular auditing of these technologies that we are embracing. And as governments embrace them, are they auditing them? Is the human rights element even considered when we are embracing these technologies? Is there an audit of saying, if we are going to move our police force towards this direction and adopt this certain kind of technology, what is the human rights impact? And as that auditing is taking place, is there capacity that is even given to those that are supposed to be working with these technologies and make sure that they are aware of the implications, especially in the human rights context? So when we're having issues on human rights, such as the right to privacy being compromised, it raises issues around trust between citizens and the governments. Because there should be a balance when you are looking at the utilization of big data and the right to privacy. Are we only concerned about amassing as much data as possible so that we make decisions about the nation? And at the end of the day, where does their privacy lie? So there is also need, again, for public awareness of this, about these programs. Are the public aware when you're looking at predictive policing? Is the public person, is the general person aware what it is? That their information, the data that has been collected about them is being used in this context of predictive policing, and what is it and what does it mean for the public? And it is when there is secrecy around these areas, it raises issues of trust. And when people don't know about it, issues around transparency, how do we hold them accountable when we don't know about it? And just to mention that there is nothing much wrong about mapping crime or predicting crime activity. That is part of law enforcement. But there is something wrong if there is no transparency about the data that is being used. And if communities and politicians have no idea of predictive policing programs that are currently in existence, because at the end of the day, these systems are supposed to save us, and as they save us, we should be in a position to hold them accountable, to audit the quality, to audit the human rights implications. And if you have no idea of what it is, will you be able to be in a position to resist if there is need to resist? If you don't know that you are under surveillance, will you be able to resist? No. So issues around transparency are very important for accountability purpose, because where there is no transparency, where there is secrecy, there is a tendency, there is a propensity to violate human rights. So again, in most countries, especially in African countries, there is a prevalence of secrecy laws. Secrecy laws that tend to override the access to information laws, such that government activities or the operations of law enforcement agents are shrouded in secrecy. And when they are shrouded in secrecy, it means there is a lot that people don't know about. And when people don't know, they don't even know what to demand, they don't know what to question. And if that is the issue, then we need to have a situation where we have very strong access to information regimes. And when we have strong access to information regimes, we are able to even tackle issues around secrecy laws and make sure that, for example, if we have PAEA, what is the position of PAEA? What is the status of PAEA in relation to other laws? There should be primacy of access to information laws which overrides all the other laws, except in cases where it's necessary to hide or to hide information. So that we have such a challenge in Africa of very strong secrecy regimes that we have. So if it leads then to, like, we are now adopting technologies in this environment which is dominated by secrecy. So it creates a problem where even algorithmic accountability will be lacking because there is no transparency. So why not at least introduce guidelines when we are adopting these technologies and the use of algorithms, the use of technologies, the use of this policing, of predictive policing, at least have guidelines that at least are going to enforce issues around transparency. So as I just wrap up because of time, so some of the issues, if we're using predictive policing, do crimes become easier to predict, or it leads to ethnic profiling, maybe racial profiling? Is bias eliminated? Does the use of a machine eliminate bias? Racial bias, gender bias, ethnic bias, just because it's a machine. How about racial profiling? Does it mitigate racial profiling or gender or all those stereotypes, or technology comes with risks? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lingere. Really thought-provoking. And perhaps some key points that I extracted, just so we remember these, is that the proposal that the state should audit itself in respect of technologies it adopts, I think is an important one. But also the opportunity to independently audit what the impacts, the human rights impacts of the coming from the implementation of such technology would be, is also quite important. Also the reference to the landscape, to our landscape, the culture of secrecy, and how it gets entrenched and supported through legal frameworks is a worrying one. And I think that in as much as our leadership in Africa are throwing their hats into some kind of commitment to help us cross the digital divide. And the African Union has spoken of a convention on cybersecurity and personal data protection by 2020, which would require that all member states adopt a complete set of legislation covering things like e-transactions, data protection and privacy, cybercrime and consumer protection, are really important steps, possibly in the right direction, having extracted this from their strategic documents. But how relevant is it to the public that these laws must impact on and serve if there hasn't been adequate consultation on what the strategy would be, what kind of form and shape it would take? So yes, access to information and public consultation is really important. And even if conscious secrecy is not intended, it can be implied by the lack of that kind of information sharing and accessibility. So thank you very much for that. I think guidelines certainly will be of assistance, but that again, as with everything AI, is perhaps something we then need to look at as possible proposals. But who would make it and how would we make it, etc. Important questions. So thank you very, very much. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Thank you. Thanks. Prof, do you want to go next? I'm going to hand over now to Mr. Akona Damani from the CSIR. And I've given, I should actually have said this at the outset. I've asked all of the panelists to limit their submissions to about 15 minutes in the hope that we'd have even more time to discuss with them and hear from them and interact with them. So Prof, I'll hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. Good morning. Is it already afternoon? Not yet. I think I timed myself very well. It's still morning. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate the opportunity to also engage in this very important topic. Very briefly, actually, I want to probably introduce myself. I'm the manager for the PMO Portfolio Management Office that is located within the CSIR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, on behalf of the Government Department of Science and Innovation, your DST or Department of Science and Technology. With the program, actually, it's mainly to facilitate the implementation of the cabinet-approved ICT RDI roadmap, a blueprint on ICT research and development and innovation for the country. That speaks to what opportunities there in that we need to take advantage of, and also ensuring that we also play in the space. Given that as the country, we are currently a net for as long as we can know, I can remember or recall, is that we've been a net importer of ICT services and products. Whether that's a good thing or not, it's something that one needs to look into. But we are already making inroads. We are developing technologies locally, and some of the technology actually we're seeing we are supporting to export. All right, this is a very exciting topic that I really want to also contribute on, but before we delve down, I really want to make a reflection on the definition of the fourth industrial revolution without spending much time on such. However, I think it's very important to look into the prehistory, where we've been involved, for instance, in hunting and agriculture in most rudimental ways, and then the advent of hydropower, water power to accelerate production. Then that was followed by electricity and how it has made things easier, automating such things like production and mass production come into play. If you recall of Ford mass production, and the third revolution speaks to the advent of computers and automation of processes, and currently, as we all, I will not assume that we all in the same boat with regards to how we see ourselves, whether we are already in the 4IR or we are still touching the surface. Some may be interested in that kind of discussion, but it speaks to, the 4IR speaks to cyber-physical systems. Basically, if you like definitions, it speaks to convergence, converging of new disruptive technologies, blending the worlds as we know them, the physical world, the digital world, and biological world, as defined by Prof. Klaus of the World Economic Forum. Right, as the CSIR, we also have been engaging in this discussion, in terms of what it means beyond just your technology, but the other aspects. If you look into, for instance, your top left environment, which speaks to technological environment, that's well defined, but there's also, we'll be seeing impact in the business space. We already have been seeing globalization for quite a while, but now there's a big move around decentralizing systems, decentralizing organizations, structures, and so forth, and new business models. Every day, we're seeing how blockchain, for instance, play in the space, you know, the cryptocurrencies, to name a few. And most of the time, we haven't really thought around the aspect of society, the impact to society. You know, for instance, the aspect of skills. You know, we're talking of skills 4.0. What kind of skill sets do we need to start introducing at schools? You know, and also the aspect of lifelong learning becomes very key. That now with those MOOCs or short online courses that one can take, you know, to advance yourself in terms of upskilling and reskilling yourself, you know, and connectedness of people, systems, and everything, you know, yourself speaking not only to human to human, but speaking to machine, you know, that's very coming to be more prevalent and very important, which is very relevant to this forum, this engagement or workshop, the aspect of equality, you know, something that we cannot run away from. Will it be for 4IR, you know, helping us in terms of widening inequality, or we're seeing more of the poor, those who are marginalized also coming to the fore and benefiting from the gains of 4IR. Right, I'm a proponent of technology, emerging technologies myself, you know. I've seen a lot of positives, you know. I want to start there, and I will not be, the rest of my discussion actually will not be much more on the positive of technology, because I think we need, I'm a realist as well. You know, for instance, we have seen a number of jobs being created, you know. I would say the third and the fourth revolution, you know of the Uber drivers, Airbnb, which actually, very interestingly, that more women have benefited, you know, from Airbnb hosts, drone pilots coming to the fourth, social media influencers. Someone talked about, okay, it was from the previous discussion, from rural areas. We're seeing some of our ladies who are playing that space, some based in most rural areas, but benefiting from social media opportunities, you know. Someone said that one can earn and 30,000 rand for one message that you send, you know, to promote one company. All right, but it's getting more and more serious now, and depending on which viewpoint you are in, for instance, the aspect of gene editing specialists will be coming to the fore. Instead of fixing your car, then you will have to fix a robot. So those type of the jobs that also come into play, and then also in the space of socioeconomic benefits, you know, we're seeing 4IR holding a hope to addressing diseases. When we talk of nanorobotics delivering treatment to cancerous cells, for instance, new business models come into play, you know, the sharing economy, and also 4IR playing a very crucial role in advancing the achievement of the UN's SDGs. And as the country, we also playing the space. To me, one can say that we have doubts in our own abilities, but I would say having the president, having launched the Presidential Commission on 4IR, that's a very big step. You know, what we do with that, I think is very important, and how do Human Rights Commission play in that space in terms of policy discourse. It will be very, very interesting and crucial. And the CSR actually is hosting the WEF Affiliate Center for 4IR. You know, that speaks to technology governance issues, standards, you know, policies, you know, and so forth. So that's the space we already are in. This is a very, very interesting, apologies if you can see quite well, but very interesting diagram by the Genius Works. You know, that speaks to future scenarios. If you look on your right frame, you know, we're seeing how technology is already predicted in terms of moving from, you're seeing the smart homes, so that's a given. but moving to more serious and more human, impacting things that will raise questions about who we are as humans. Okay, if you go with me from smart homes, then your artificial narrow intelligence, this is largely where we are. Program director speak of pre-crime and how far we are. So there's the aspect of AI at rudimental level. Then there's a component that speaks to artificial general intelligence, where already the machines are learning. Instead of you feeding them or coding them, they learn by themselves. They find patterns and they learn from such. But the most scary one, I'll say scary because I want to make a reference, is the aspect of artificial super intelligence, where they say they've already predicted that is when an agent, an AI agent, can think, and be able to reason way beyond any of the most intelligent human being on earth. Then another scary one, actually, we're talking of human 2.0. If you're following the latest research and development, around the gene engineering, there's a major breakthrough that's been announced recently in 2019 around CRISPR, which speaks to how now they can be able to re-engineer the human being. One, you can say maybe just like a shopping list. I want to have the power of an eagle, or then with gene editing, I'll be able to have that kind of eyesight and so forth. That is getting scarier. In my culture, they say you must respect the words of a dying man or a person who's about to die. I want to reflect on the words by well-renowned late Prof. Stephen Hawking, when he said that the biggest challenge that we'll have will not be the one of aliens, as we always think of aliens, but is the aspect of men versus superhumans. An edified human being competing with you, with extra capabilities that you don't necessarily have. So now, wow, time is flying. Okay, let me manage myself. Let me keep my enthusiasm here. All right, so those are some of the issues that we need to really already anticipate and see how we can address them. Very important, when you talk of predictive policing, you need to already think of the steps or the feeder into those models. So one of the aspects that we need to address early enough is the aspect of biasness of AI. As you can see there, is that we as scientists, we can be able to create these algorithms, but it depends how we feed them, because governments and corporates, they utilize this data, which most of the time it's bad data, and also it's been trained, on beta. Look, for instance, how they already predict that the lady of Wakanda, that she's the system or the AI sees her as a male, So those are kind of the biases that need to be addressed, because otherwise it's continued to build distrust between. Very, very important also, I want you to pay more attention on this gentleman as well as this one. Where the machine has already given a classification of who they are. You see there, this is a machine that has been trained, with some data. You see how bad it can be. It's ugly, it can be ugly. So there's some work to be done. We are not there yet, in terms of pre-crime and such. We still need to build, make it more accurate. And also very important, just to some of the areas that we need to also reflect on, is the aspect of surveillance economy. It's something that we are already in. There was a very big craze. I didn't participate in, but my wife did, the face app. Maybe the indication of hand who used face app. You put in your pictures, and then they give you an older version of yourself. But how many did read the terms and conditions of such? Because we give our data for free, and we get this service, free service, but we don't know actually what that means. That's when now these companies, the internet companies, they utilize our data. For now, it has been safe, But now when we talk of your personal health, healthcare, private data or patient data, it becomes more scary. Right. All right, and then we're seeing now the city of Cape Town, they've been very, very bold and proud to say that we have deployed facial recognition platform. And then with that, they say that the system can be able to detect, to recognize thuggery or thug behavior. How do you define that? That still becomes, it's kind of a very, very, we cannot kind of grasp that. That's why I'm saying that we are not there yet, but we're building blocks. But we must be active as active citizenry, in terms of asking the right questions. What thug behavior, according to the system, and so forth. So this is an opportunity, actually. This is a very, very right time to be involved in discourse. All right, I'm from the research background with the CSR and running a program on behalf of the Department of Science and Innovation. Just to touch on a few programs that we're working on. There's Crime Radar, which is a kind of a global system that is run by IGRAPE. IGRAPE is a Rio-based organization and is funded by the GIF, Global Innovation Fund, and CSR is also collaborating in that space. That's where now there's an element of pre-crime that is already coming to the fore. So where they use machine learning and predictive analysis, to be able to map out, the possible trends and possible crime and which areas and so forth, and possibly who may be possible culprits. We also have done an exercise as part of the data science program at CSIR, where we looked into social media data, but we realized that there's a component of defining what, for instance, people talk about shooting. There is a shooting can be a movie shoot. So that's the area that we also, as citizens, we need to play part in defining and labeling data with the scientists. And also just on that point, the Department of Science and Innovation is already planning to draft a national AI strategy, of which I would love to invite every one of the members to contribute in such discussion, and as well as the policy development. And I'm a very big proponent as well, actually having a co-founded and a blockchain initiative that's focusing on research, where blockchain, we're looking at blockchain beyond cryptocurrencies, beyond Bitcoin. All right, okay. Yeah, so some of the issues that the programs that we want to deploy, actually, they speak to, that will addressing the issue of trust, transparency, and accountability. If we put our e-voting, on blockchain, e-tendering processes, so I think the members of the in the House will be interested to see that we put that into action, the tendering aspect, e-tendering, and so forth. That will be very interesting. And lastly, this is my very last slide. I think it's very important that the Human Rights Commission begin to see opportunities around participating in global or international policy discourse, around the issues of AI, the dangers of AI, and how can we also be active participants. And also the reason why I've specifically said that we need to follow a research-based approach, to policy development, because multinationals, as much as they are my partners and associates, however, if you have a policy developed and driven from the viewpoint of multinationals and private sector, for instance, that have their own vested interest, you may get it wrong. Hence we're saying that a proper, clear, and transparent research-based approach needs to be followed. And also for everyone else, the aspect of active citizenry. Every opportunity you have, this is your data, this is your life. You need to also play in that space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Akona, thank you so much. It's a little bit like trying to quench your thirst drinking from a fire hose. Such a lot of information, and we are very cruel, because we force our esteemed panelists to compress it all into a tiny little bit of time. And And we apologize for that. Perhaps every single one of these points deserves a lot more time, a lot more focused attention and discussion. But for what it's worth, this is an attempt, I think, by the Human Rights Commission, as it must do, where there are matters of such significance, to facilitate the platforms where discussion can happen between stakeholders, so that we get the conversations going and we start learning from each other. So thank you very much, Akona. I mean, amazing recommendations there. Certainly the Commission is beginning to want to interact a great deal more as an A-status national human rights body at the international and regional level. And we are going to be consciously and more closely scrutinizing the AI movements. There have been developments globally, but certainly a lot more of a space for national human rights bodies like the Commission to start interacting a little bit more robustly. So that's really important. I really also wanted to say that just listening to you, it does seem that the more we interact with this revolution, I don't like calling it the Industrial Revolution. I feel strongly that it is a human revolution. But yeah, definitions aside, I think the more we interact with it, the more it brings into sharper relief the deficiencies that already exist. And that we do need to see it as an opportunity to address pre-existing conditions while trying to take the leap forward at the same time. So thank you very much. I'd like then to hand over to Dale for his 15 minutes. Dale, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. Let me state from the very beginning, I'm a bit different in terms of where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the political and activist background. Unashamedly, I'm going to approach this from that perspective, as opposed to a legal perspective or professional techno perspective or whatever, and to raise, I think, some fundamental, hopefully some fundamental issues. There's been a lot covered already with regards to this particular topic. And I'm going to divide this presentation into 3 particular areas so we can hopefully easily follow. The one is just to make some fairly general points and framing points about this area of predictive policing and AI. And the secondly is to look at some of the problems and challenges, and thirdly, what to do on that front. The first framing comment that I want to make is related to what you just said just right at the end there, which is that I'm afraid sometimes we get caught up in this whole language of fourth IR and technology and everything else, and we forget that behind it is human beings. The human beings make the decisions. Human beings make the inputs. Human beings actually decide and frame what kind of data gets collected. And generally, I mean, we might, in 20, 30 years' time, that might change, who knows, as we get smart machines that do their own thing. But at the moment, that's the case. And as a result, sometimes I think we tend to treat technology as if it's some kind of living, breathing thing that has its own ways of doing things, and it can predict itself. But actually, at the end of the day, not only in terms of the input, but in terms of the output, in other words, the interpretation and then the enforcement, it's human-led. And we never must forget that, fundamentally, because we can talk about biases within things, and that's true, how it can, the algorithms and everything else. But let me just take an example, the CCTV cameras in central Johannesburg. It doesn't take anyone with even I mean, even someone like Cloudy without a matric certificate could do this, which would be to basically say that we know in the CBD that there are particular areas, the cameras are on 24 hours a day, you can see what kind of criminal behavior, that's where we target. You don't need any particular algorithms to be telling you exactly that that's the case. or where the thuggish behavior lies. So what I'm trying to say is that in terms of policing in particular, really I think what we need to frame this as is intelligence level policing, intelligence driven policing. Because use of intelligence sources, use of surveillance, as opposed to simply making use of stats and data. Let me give you the example of crime intelligence division within SAPS. If one looks at the history of crime intelligence division over the last 10 years, irrespective of all the technology that's been available to them, you can see exactly that the fundamental drivers of what actually comes out of their work is politics, politics, politics. In other words, who holds power, how can you use that power, in this case of information, and who's going to get targeted on that kind of frame. So the bottom line is that predictive policing requires the use of covert techniques, spying on individuals, use of all different kinds of tools of AI, for example, CCTV. We haven't even talked about, I don't know, I wasn't here yesterday, but automatic license plate recognition systems, which are a whole nother story besides the facial recognition. And of course, interception of voice and data traffic. These are all supposedly going to feed into this nature of predicting where crime is going to take place and how it's going to happen. What is the track record so far, though? Not only internationally, but also in South Africa. I want to use the example of the United States as the world's policeman, because that's what it is, or that's what it thinks it is. One has to look, it's the most advanced technology. You look at a US soldier in Iraq and in the Middle East right now, he or she is fitted out with the latest technology. They have glasses that, it's almost these Google glasses where that things are being fed consistently from satellites and from drones, and there's constant information going back and forth. They have all of these, in fact, as far as I understand, the US military is in the process of producing robo-military, robo-cops, soldiers, and AI, making use of AI for little insects that can then fly around, AI insects that can fly around and spy on all sorts of things. So if you look at the track record so far in the US and its predictive model of world policing, you can see the results of this kind of model. The results are very, very clear. That what fundamentally counts is the protection of power. The protection of power and those in power. And that's what AI becomes used for. Yes, it has all sorts of potential uses in medicinal, all sorts of other potential positive things, but here we're talking about policing, and not just national police, but militarized policing. And the other thing that it basically fundamentally has done, if one looks at the United States and its predictive model of world policing, it has fundamentally, what's the word I'm looking for? It has basically advanced and in fact has strengthened the status quo of division, of conflict, of class division, of racial division, of gender division. In other words, what we've been feeding into the models themselves is reflective of the power relations within society. And when they are reflective of the power, the outcome of that predictive policing is going to be basically a status quo, if not even a strengthening of that status quo. Gushwal, you were talking about sci-fi, and in the context of this, let's look at some of the things that might happen. The possible use, which I understand is already being tested in certain areas, of inserted microchips into our arms and into things where no longer do we have to write down on a piece of paper. You just walk through the scan and it scans all your information. So it's not like this is what, and these things are already being, as far as I understand it, already being tested. And robocops, people who, basically who are half human, half a machine. We can understand that this is possibly not far away. Profiling, you've talked about predetermined characteristics, religion, race, looks. These are also problems. But also the interoperability of data sets. The interoperability and sharing of information. We have no idea. The other day I had to go into one of these closed estates where we were talking, Alison, you were talking about having to give all your information because you can't even get in. unless you give your information. I was talking with some of the guys that were in there. I was just interested. And they said they are hooked in to the eNATA system. It's a private security system in a state that is hooked into the eNATA system. That means all the information that you have given on your vehicle, your registration, everything, they can access immediately to tell you. And then they can profile you. And then they can determine whether or not you're allowed to even come into their state, or whether or not they need to watch you, or whether or not they need to do whatever they can do to you. This is a classic example of the interoperability and the sharing of information where there's no transparency, no accountability, no trust that would certainly be built in there. Huawei and Vumacam, which are all over our city at the moment. Now, if any of you have been following the story of the rollout from Vumacam and Huawei, is that there's been a lot of questions about Huawei's use of technology in order to be able to mine data and be able to then use it for other political and economic purposes. But one of the things that was fairly clear is that, and Huawei admitted to it, was the reason why they wanted to roll out CCTV and facial recognition cameras in Africa is because their databases did not have enough black people in them. They couldn't get any black people in Asia. So they needed to roll out their system in Africa in order to be able to get facial characteristics, in order to build a database of black people, in order to be able, therefore, for their system to work around and be globally applicable. You can just imagine some of the consequences that this might have in terms of business, in terms of all sorts of other things, and Chinese in Africa, and so forth and so on. So these are other issues. The other thing, of course, is that this relies consistently in every single model of predictive policing and use of AI involves public-private partnerships. There's not a single case that I can think of where a private corporation is not involved in one way or the other, because they usually have proprietary intellectual property on a lot of the information. We have situations in our country over the last 3 years where entire systems of the police have been shut down because one company didn't want to cooperate. Remember in the headquarters of SAPS with the computer systems and everything, because they say they can just cut the key and nobody can access that key. Now, what does that talk about for transparency and accountability and public trust? Because corporations are in it for the money, let's be clear. I mean, no capitalist, I'm sorry, but with corporate social responsibility aside, capitalists are in it for the money. And if there's money to be made, they'll do it with a little bit of social conscience on the side. But fundamentally, if it rides roughshod over our human rights and everything, that's usually never been a historical concern of corporations and private sector at all. And so when we look at PPPs with a company like Huawei or Vumacam and their, this gives private entities access and control over sensitive information and a whole range of other kinds of things. One simple thing that Jane Duncan pointed out very clearly, it was amazing, and never even think about these simple things. But now that all these thousands of cameras are being pushed out around our city, you know, in many other cases that people have actually advocated and publicly demonstrated, they want to know where these cameras are. So there are actual signs. If you go in Scotland, and Jane sent me pictures of a recent trip she took in the UK, and the UK is one of the most surveilled societies in the world. But because of some advocacy, they have signs and they say, there are CCTV cameras in this area, they will be watching you, da da da. At least people are aware and know what they're doing. So if you're going to do something bad, you might be able to hide it. Or something that's not socially acceptable. Use of drones, we haven't even talked about drones and the regulation. I did interviews with the Civil Aviation Authority last year, and I can tell you, there is no regulation of drones in this country, except on commercial basis. Private use of drones, government use of drones, police use of drones, there's no regulation at all. There's no enforcement whatsoever. I can get a drone with a high-res camera and I can fly over your neighborhood and I can spy on you and you will not know it and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. Yes, right here. And the CAA has 2, as far as last year, enforcement officers for the entire country. As far as I was, maybe they've hired many more. It's impossible. So we're drone issues and use of AI on drones and flying around. That's, as Right to Know campaign, we were contacted last year by several people in here who drones were flying outside of flat complexes and spying on women in particular who were undressing you know, sitting out there. So it can go on a whole range of other kinds of possibilities. And then finally, and just in terms of the problems, because of these inbuilt things, and these biases and predictabilities, we can see where this goes. It goes to a point where the crime is with where? Poor, black people, generally speaking. White, rich people don't even feature for the most part in these models. Because if you're going to predict, what are you inputting in terms of the prediction? Education, location, where you live, what kind of records you've had in school, and if you put that in, you're going to say that kid over there in Kwatema is going to be much, much more likely to commit a crime than the kid in Sandton and there. And therefore, it's basically going to reinforce all of those class, those gender, those racial characteristics. And that's exactly what it's beginning to do. What are the core issues? Fundamentally, people, the core issues are ownership, power, and control. It doesn't make a difference whether you own land or you own the AI. You can use them for particular purposes to exploit people, to do these things. So that's why, getting back to the original point of human-led, we forget that actually this is used for very specific political, social, and economic purposes. And given the power relations in our world and in our country today, we can predict, I can predict where this is going to go. We can see where this is going to happen. So what do we need to do? I would say several things that other people have just quickly mentioned. We need to have a fully capacitated and operational POPI, as well as info regulator office, but also a fully functional, depoliticized, and independent IPID. Have you seen the latest statistics on police brutality in this country? It's incredible. The last 5 years, there were more people that died in custody than died in the late 1980s. Yes, under suspicious circumstances, not knowing exactly what those circumstances are. Not to talk about torture, not to talk about mistreatment, not to talk about rape that goes on in police stations, and a whole range of other kinds of things that happen that we have very little information about. So we have to have at the end of this is regulation, regulation, regulation. The key Achilles heel, and as I pointed in my question, is that we have all of these lovely laws, we have all of these lovely institutes and everything else, but when it comes to enforcement and regulation, it's like a desert, generally speaking. We've had POPI for how many years now, Allison? Since 2013. It is still not operational, and the Information Regulator's Office is still not fully capacitated and funded. 7 years later. That gives you an indication of that story. We need to also close the loophole in the SA laws, which essentially imply, it's not there in black and white, but they imply that the law doesn't apply to police and national security in certain circumstances. That they can be exempted from the rules and regulations because of national security, because of other particular kinds of, this is their defense all the time. And of course, they say that this only you can use those exemptions if it's proved that existing data protections and privacy protections are adequate, but they're not. So it's a circle, it's a self-fulfilling circle there in the context of closing those loopholes. Limitations on the right to those exceptions claimed by the police and intelligence sectors in particular, privacy impact assessments, public consultation processes, which leads to the fundamental point I would argue that we need to do. We need to have a mass education layout. I remember the South African Human Rights Commission about 15 years ago when I was doing some work for the entity. And the one thing they were asking to do was, let's get a sense in South Africa. This was about 15 to 20 years ago. How many South Africans know the Bill of Rights? Do you remember that one? SAHRC, remember right from the beginning, just after 9. And we did research and we found out that the vast majority of South Africans had no idea. Absolutely no idea. Now that's just the Bill of Rights, which are the fundamental, your right to do this, your right to protest, gather, organize, so forth and so on. Imagine now these rights. And doing it's quite daunting in the context of what that means. But a mass education effort. We need a change of consciousness. As has been pointed out, Alison made this point, which is that we're like sheep. Just give it up. and do what we're told, basically. And then, of course, when things go wrong, then we get angry that we haven't been informed properly, but in the process, we really didn't pay much attention. We need a fundamental shift in our mentality to keep up. Because if we allow this fourth IR and AI and predictive policing to move forward without these kinds of things, we will have exactly the same outcome as the case was 100 years ago, back in the early part of the 20th century, when the other industrial revolution gave those in power massive capabilities to control society, to do exactly the same things. So we need to shift our own mindset in order to parallel what the new challenges are. Just the last couple of points, I've just been told I'm running out of time, which is that we need to connect this right to privacy and data rights to political rights. They are exactly the same kinds of things. In other words, if you cannot have the right to your access to information, know what the police are doing and why they're doing it, where they're doing it, everything else, then your other rights are going to be fundamentally compromised. Your right to organize, your right to protest, your right to gather, your right to freely speak. All of these things that we consider fundamental core civil and political economic rights will be eviscerated if we allow these things to move forward, I would argue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dale. Really important. How do I describe what you just delivered? Really thought-provoking, and certainly a very important caution and request to all of us, I think. If I recall your words, pay attention and keep up. A shift in consciousness. It certainly does call for vigilance, and calls for active participation from all stakeholders. I think this effort is not one which will be successful if it is treated exclusively as an effort by the information regulator or the South African Human Rights Commission, but it really does call for joint collective action. It was also heartening to see and to hear that the different bodies, the SAHRC, which has partnered with us on this, the CSIR, the universities are coming on board, and there's a quick appreciation that the human rights dimensions to AI are fundamental to the success of achieving AI objectives. And the duty to protect rights are central to this process of starting to harness AI and to get progressive AI. So Dale, thank you very, very much. I'm doing hardly any justice to the important points you've made. I'm hoping that by really being tough on all of you for time, I've created an opportunity for our guests to raise the questions and to have the opportunity to engage and interact with you a little bit more. So I'm going to open the floor now to questions. We have a little bit of time. Commissioner Makwetla, I've noted your hand. Alison, I've noted your hand. Ma'am, hello, I've noted your hand. And then 2 colleagues at the back, I've noted you. So can we take those 5 first, please? Thank you. Commissioner, you want to go to the podium, maybe? Or can you?
Thank you, Seppo. COO, as chairperson of the panel, I've made a whole lot of notes all over, so some will be comments and some will be questions. One observation that I've made listening to all these presentations is that South Africa does not seem to be ready, and yet we seem to want to rush into technological advances. But one thing that has comforted me is being in the presence of all the experts, and I can see that there is work that is going on. Now, Dale touched on racial profiling, and it reminded me, I live down the road in Morningside, and we have a Morningside WhatsApp group. And most of the time when messages come through, there's reference to BMs. Yeah, 2 BMs sighted along Judy Crescent, etc., etc. And when you try and interrogate that, you bring up a whole lot of debate that leads nowhere. And then, Akona, you talked about South Africa just touching the surface. That then means to me that there will be the elite few who will become familiar or pretend to be familiar and exploit the majority, who in most cases will remain ignorant. So COO, you alluded to some deficiencies, which mean that the Human Rights Commission, and this is a scary one, it looks like, we're CEO, it looks like we need to create a super intelligent staff member to work on these issues. And Dale also talked about, you know, we get what we put into these systems. Garbage in, garbage out. Now, the systems that are down because one partner refuses to participate reminds me of what happens at the Department of Home Affairs often, where you have a huge long line of people that need to have access to birth certificates, to identity documents, and most of the time the system is down. And then there's no explanation of why the system is down. And those people have to go back and come back again and spend very scarce resources. And then the e-NETIS security issue, that's here in South Africa. It's scary that our information is being used for reasons other than for what it was originally collected. Thank you. So those are just thoughts that are going on in my mind, because on Monday I have to report to all the commissioners and sound very knowledgeable. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Alison, Mpho here.
I just wanted to ask you guys to reflect on the question of people saying, I don't have to worry about privacy because I'm not doing anything wrong. It's something that I hear quite a lot, and I wondered if you had any thoughts about that statement and what we need to do about it.
Good afternoon to everyone, including the panel. I've been here for the past day, right? And today I'm still here together with my team. And I must say that for the topics that we've been talking about and everything that we've been tackling, we see 4IR as an enabler and a very beautiful concept, right? Technology is available, okay? We have different issues that we need to address that are within our departments, in various departments, right? But they are unique. The only problem that we have picked up, maybe the fact that it's the awareness of the technology more than everything, right? Now my question is to the panel, in your roadmap, do you have a specific hub whereby we can just centralize everything and get updates on the technologies that are actually happening around South Africa, whether it being imported or the ones that are localized, and those can be actually addressed to specific problems. For instance, we might have a board, right, within the Human Rights Commission that whenever a specific employee or a department has an issue, they could just type it into that board, and that board will bring up various solutions that have been implemented. One centralized hub, you can manage it, you can have your own regulations, and you can trust that whatever that board brings back will be something that's beneficial. So is that in your roadmap or your pipeline? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda from the National Treasury. I think my question and my comment will be based directly to the human rights. Firstly, I must say, a lot of things have been touched on from yesterday and today, which made me very much aware of 4IR and human rights issues that I think some of us, we do take for granted, also in the space of being the end user of technology. However, I would like to ask the human rights, the South African Human Rights Commission, how is it planning to take advantage of the 4IR with the technology advancement in order to ensure that it creates or it improves efficient economies of scale within human rights and based on the work that the human rights does? Because from yesterday and today, mainly the discussion was around us being aware of 4IR and how it impacts human rights issues. And I think also because we're a country participating in a global market, and as a country we want to stay relevant, or we want to be relevant, and we want to be involved, it means that it's not a matter of an issue whether we are ready or not. It's a matter of also ensuring that we as a country, we are equipped, and we as a country, we actually empower, as it was indicated yesterday, that we need to empower people, and we need to ensure that technology is not seen as a threat to humanity, but we need to ensure that the two elements, which is human resource and technology, will be able to complement each other in the future. And therefore, that means that since we are moving forward in the global market space, whether we like it or not, as I said, we are in that space, how will the human rights ensure that within its work, it remains, or it takes advantage, and it takes advantage of this technology so that it can create those economies, those efficient economies of scale? Because we all know that there has, in many instances, there are some work that maybe human capital or human resource is not able to implement, whatever the fundamentals are within that organization, whether it's budget issues and so forth. But therefore, that means that if we're going to make sure that even the person who lives in the rural areas has the same information, is protected in terms of this advancement, then that means in-house we need to ensure that as human rights we keep ourselves abreast as everyone is moving forward. And I think Mama in front said something about the issues of IDs and whatnot, and here we're seeing already there's a gap. There's a gap either in terms of technology advancement or systems. I'm not really a tech person, but it means that all we need to somehow move forward so that we can address these inefficiencies that are associated with socio-economic issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tulani. Ma'am Hlengi, we spoke about the predicted policing. And he spoke about the potential criminals that will be around environment where people live. But in that point, I think it will be difficult to detect that, because you can't come to me and say I'm a criminal and then you tell me stories, okay, that you're detecting that. And I want to know that what are the measures that are put in place to detect such behaviors to people around in our communities, in our working environments, in our institutions where children, our women, and everybody is always there to equip themselves. And another question is that this predicted policing against those people who are disadvantaged, because from what she said there is that it will detect people around, in fact, in the situations where people are gathered together and all that. It looks at the elite sides of people, because when I'm looking, I've stayed for 4 years here in Sandton, but I never saw a police van roaming around there. But there are criminals theft that are happening there, but there's no police van that has been I've seen driving around detecting or looking for any suspicious movements that has been done by anybody who is around. And also in Mr. Ndamani spoke about the new jobs being created. When I'm looking at this fourth industrial revolution, is that it takes away human resource from the soft skills that they have. They are accredited to do, but to this technology that will do every work or any activities for itself, and also looking the job opportunities that we take to other countries and importing the robots that will work for us, that will serve us in all aspects of servicing in the departments where community is looking for help. Now, like I need clarity that, okay, which jobs does this technology, which is a fourth industrial revolution, is bringing? Because going back to the third revolution, the digitalization, is that it combines the human resource and softwares, then work together to accomplish the goals of, in fact, the productivity and also the work that needs to be done in the workplace or in the communities. I thank you.
Thanks so much. I think we'll limit the questions for now. I see we're quickly approaching 1 o'clock, and give the panelists a bit of a chance to respond to the issues. Who wants to go first?
Just one question.
Okay, on the issue around the right to privacy, where people say I don't have to worry about the right to privacy because I don't have anything to hide. I've also heard that a lot of times, and I remember in one of our master's classes on the a lecture on technology and human rights, that issue came up, and there were lots of them that were saying, why do I care? They will find my information anyway. I think in order for people to appreciate that, they need to know the essence of the right to privacy, the importance of the right to privacy. What does privacy do? When you begin to appreciate the role of privacy and its contribution to the realization of other rights or to other concepts of human rights like dignity, like equality, like your personhood, then you will begin to appreciate the rights to privacy and the need for that right to be protected. But there is lack of awareness on the essence of the right to privacy. And then on the issue of the criminals, the potential criminals. So the essence of predictive policing is to anticipate where crime will take place and who will commit the crime, and then deploy the necessary resources to mitigate that. So the variables that are used, like Dale mentioned, things to do with your social status, your economic status, your level of education. So when you are using such variables, at the end of the day, that will result in targeting people that are poor, people that don't have, people that have low levels of education, people who are unemployed, and you find those in certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods. That's why you find the scenario that you've just mentioned, that you have never seen these cars patrolling in the rich places, in the affluent places, for example.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Commissioner. We truly appreciate those comments. They also encourage us to say, how do we advance, in our little way or contribution in terms of research, and also in playing in this global arena. I just on that, reflecting on the 4IR touching the surface. I think honestly, there's so much that the 4IR, has to deliver. So we yet to see what that entails. It can be lots of goods, lots of positive, but also we need to be cautious of the negative side of the technology of 4IR and AI. Right. Let me link that also to the question of by Tulani at the back. When it comes to job creation, I just want to reflect. I know that this may be maybe seen as a limited view. However, we have observed, scientists, management consultants. Actually, this came from Deloitte, a gentleman from Deloitte. He indicated that, of which I do believe in, that for every revolution, there's been jobs lost. So we must just understand that. And new jobs created. So it's a new era, it's a new dawn, lots of opportunities, I think we rather spend our energy looking for those opportunities. But most definitely there's a component of upskilling and reskilling that has to take place. Hence the aspect or the attitude of lifelong learning becomes key. There's no restriction in terms of age, what skill can you learn, and so forth. But it's about time to realize that we need to be in tune to what is happening in the world, and how do we reposition ourselves to respond to such opportunities. So there will be most definitely lots of jobs coming through. However, I want to also reflect on some of the global thought leaders, just to mention the two. Bill Gates. He's also have really contributed in the discourse around the 4IR and the job aspects. He speaks of governments need to look into taxing the robots or taxing the companies that really can be proven that they are responsible for introducing, for instance, robotic process automation. Replacing humans in jobs. So that's one. And Elon Musk, our very own South African, he also alludes to UBI, Universal Basic Income, which speaks to that government and global organizations needs to look into providing some kind of a stipend or an allowance across the board, which also is a tricky one. The capitalist mentality, we have wealthy countries, we have not so wealthy countries. How do we balance that out to ensure that every human being has kind of an allowance per month? So I'm very honest about these things. These are really difficult questions that we need to continue reflecting on and seeing how we can also contribute to such. Then lastly, on my side, I'll just touch on the question about the roadmap and making accessible or having a central hub. My unit, actually, fortunately, we have the URL there, digitaladvantage.coza. I'm not claiming that we are addressing all the technologies, but what we are addressing from the research point of view. But when it comes to what technologies they're in, I think everyone has a responsibility to scan through. Keep yourself registered to e-newsletters, get news updates in that space. And also, I think GCIS can also play a role in the space. Thank you.
Yeah, to address your question, Alison, there's a great historical analogy here, and it has to do with Nazi Germany. I'm sure many of you know the famous quote by the Lutheran pastor. His name was Pastor Niemöller, and basically, after there was a lot of thinking after what happened in Germany in the 1940s, and he said, when they came for the communists, I wasn't a communist, so I didn't say anything. When they came for the homosexuals, I'm not a homosexual, so I didn't say anything. When they came for the Jews, I didn't say anything because I'm not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one to speak out. The point being is that kind of approach that says, don't worry about privacy because I'm not doing anything wrong, assumes that you know and that you and the people in power agree to what is wrong. So, for example, I've been arrested so many times I can't remember, and I've never done anything wrong. The only thing I did wrong was to question power, was to question authority, was to point out corruption, was to expose malfeasance. That's wrong for those in power, and they will use the law, and they will use whatever tools they can in order to be able, including violating your privacy, in order to be able to enforce their power over you. But there's nothing wrong. So I think that those people need to wake up, seriously wake up, and realize that if you keep quiet and you think that you can, in your own corner, and you can do your own thing, it's coming for you too, eventually, one way or the other. So that would be my response to that. I wanted to pick up on a couple of the points that were made. You said awareness of technology is key, otherwise more or less it's positive. This hasn't really come through, I mentioned it in the input, is at the core for me of this problematic with the technology is proprietary intellectual property issues. And because most of this is coming from private corporations and private research and everything, and it's much like the medicines that we've experienced in this country, where when we had an HIV crisis and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people died. Why? Partially because corporations did not want to lower the price of their ARVs because of intellectual property and propriety issues, and they wanted to make more money. And we didn't, and then basically ban the importation of generics, cheap generics from India and other places. It's the same here. If we don't attend, it's not just that the technology is good, it's who owns the technology. It's who uses the technology. And that then comes to my final point, which I think relates to issues of behavioral predictivity, how to take advantage of the technology while respecting human rights, is that we need to socialize the fourth industrial revolution. We need to socialize artificial intelligence. What do I mean by that? Let me give an example of the debate around nationalization in our country. We think, expropriation of land without compensation, we think that there's two options, privatization, nationalization. It's either private or it's public, or it's in the state. There is a third way, which is the socialization of that, which has not about the state having power and the state owning everything, nor the private sector, but about people. Going back to the 1980s, the entire fundamental power of the movement to overthrow the system of apartheid was people's power. It wasn't the state. It wasn't the liberation movement and people who were carrying guns. It was ordinary people, church people, youth people, civics, you name it, township people. And this we have forgotten when it comes to technology, I would argue. We need to re-socialize the technology as we have re-socialized a range of things so that we begin to own that. If we allow the ownership and the use and the manipulation of that technology by either private interest or state interest, we are in big, big trouble.
So there was another issue about AI and the ability to predict gender-based violence and the killing of children. I don't have a precise answer, but I remember yesterday in the first session, there was mention of use of drones in areas where children play, and the conversation was, it was kind of like there were like issues around privacy, like how do you allow children to grow up freely and play freely without infringing into their privacy, and at the same time having the desire to protect them using technology. So I think those technologies can be used, but also bearing in mind balancing with the issue of the autonomous growth of children. So at the moment I don't have a precise answer.
Thank you so much, the panelists, and thank you very much. I think one very interesting question left to be responded to in the room from the colleague from National Treasury. Really important question. So what will the Human Rights Commission do? And the answer is an incomplete one, because within the parameters of the mandate, the Commission has begun engaging with the 4IR at a number of levels. One, in the international and regional space. Two, domestically. But certainly the work that's been embarked on domestically has not been intensive. It's been more of a learning journey, creating the spaces for technical experts, for human rights defenders, for other stakeholders to talk with us, to share with us, and to begin to come up with plans, practical, tangible plans, which we are hopeful that Treasury will fund and adequately resource so that they may be implemented, so that a very dynamic and active and robust NHRI steps forward to say, at a very minimum, these are the key rights and these are the dimensions of these rights that we see to be under threat, possibly. These are proposed solutions. Now, work has been happening in a very fragmented way. As I've said, at the international level, interventions, discussions here on policy, the cybercrimes bill, etc. But none of it has as yet coalesced into some kind of, morphed into some kind of tangible, concrete, plan. And we're hoping that this is not the last of this kind of session, that we will drill down and focus more closely now on specific issues, and that this information will help us as a commission take forward some of the thinking. More significantly, we want to be able to use the authority of the commission to bring together stakeholders. There are a number of NGOs, faith-based organizations, and other formations in society that have not had the luxury or the resources to come together and participate in this kind of conversation, or to put together the world of information that comes through to shape their own actions and to communicate more effectively to the constituencies that they serve. So that would definitely feature in the second part of the plans that the Commission will have. Finally, I think from within the Human Rights Commission is a very clear expression of commitment from the leadership of the Commission to embrace the conversations about the 4IR and to empower the Commission internally in its own use of 4IR, but in taking forward the 4IR human rights issues domestically, regionally, and internationally. We've seen an expression of that commitment through this kind of event where we bring together people. We encourage the sharing of information, and we want to take that forward. It's certainly not the kind of intervention the National Human Rights Institution can make on its own. It does not have the resources and the technical expertise in all of the various dimensions that impact on this landscape to go it alone. So it will need to create platforms for support, and it will need to encourage support coming right through from the bottom up. Certainly some other commitments, I think the Commission is already quite clear on that the right to the internet should be seen as a right. It will advocate with partners for that more strongly. It would want to advocate that basic socioeconomic rights are fundamentally linked to this right to be able to access information. It would want to encourage us to be looking at employment, minimum wage, or minimum income. Yeah, there are a number of projects on the go, but all of this needs to be brought together, certainly into more concrete plans. I'm hoping this answers some of your questions. But while I talk about the commitment of the Commission, I should perhaps concede that I left out the CEO when I opened this panel discussion, and I want to thank him. He's been quite instrumental also in driving the 4IR interventions of the Commission. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm sure there are a number of questions that you'd like to have, and I wish we had more time to chat, but I'm told your right to food is of paramount concern at this point. So I'd like to then close this session. Thank you so much, everybody, again. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chantel. I'm sure that maybe it's a little experiment you can try over the weekend. If you step outside into your garden, you might hear a loud buzz. It sounds like a very loud wasp flying over your head. If you look up, in all likelihood, you'll probably see a little drone hovering above you. And they're pretty cheap. You go to your game, you go to your Dion Wired, you go to your Macro, whatever you like, and you can pick up one for between 1,000 to 3,000 rands. And, you know, your 12-year-old can play around with it. So yeah, I think this is coming back to the conversation that we had, I think it's an extremely important conversation. It's true what Dale said. Ultimately, it does affect us all. And yes, there is security elements, but we have to be mindful of those BM WhatsApps doing the rounds on our community groups. Anyway, lunch ends at 1:45. So please be back. Thank you so much. not dead on the other ones. So I get to 10. Hi everyone. Can I just ask that we settle down? We're running a bit late post-lunch. It's funny how our last two sessions are the ones that we're late for on a Friday. Can you imagine that? Anyway, so earlier on we discussed the issue of privacy, and I found it actually quite fascinating, and it's something that I just remembered now. During that very session, a photo is doing the rounds via social media of a family who's being alleged or purported to be the family from Italy. The family with at least we know the 30-year-old male that contracted COVID-19/coronavirus. And it just shows that even under circumstances like that, where I think government has taken every single precaution to keep the identities of these people private, we find ourselves in a situation whereby through social media sleuthing or whatever, their photo is out. And the person who posted the photo supposedly didn't intend harm. Please pray for them. But now the problem is we know who these people are, or we suspect that we know who these people are. And these are some of the issues that I think no amount of regulation or forethought can imagine and foresee. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. But anyway, on to the next session. And funny enough, it deals with the issue of redress, remedy, and the role of national human rights institutions. And we have a panel, a full panel, consisting of Ms. Fadla Adams, who's a senior researcher at the South African Human Rights Commission, Mr. John Gatairu, who's the head of ICT at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Ms. Vasha Sulal, who is the executive director in research, legal policy, and information technology at the Information Regulator. And of course, it's being chaired by Advocate Gary Pinar with the HSRC. So this panel is about to commence, and it's on the issue of redress, remedy, as well as the role of NHRIs when we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. Over to you, Advocate.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for making it back from lunchtime. I think we will be energized by this panel, despite the time of day and time of the week. We've heard, I think, a lot of discussion about the concerns that we have about where we are and where this revolution is taking us, whether it be digital or a human revolution. What we hope with this panel is to provide some concrete answers to some of those questions. What do we do? How do we respond? What are the safeguards and the remedies that do exist? What are the institutions' capabilities? What are their powers and mandates? And very practically, how have these two institutions been working together behind the scenes, preparing for the handover of responsibility, of some of the responsibilities, because as we've heard, the Commission will retain its oversight role in respect of the promotion and protection of rights as a whole. But so we'd like to explore now this afternoon what are some of the safeguards that we can rely on, what are some of the advantages of the information regulator, what are the remaining, the work that has already been done that we know we can rely on behalf of the information regulator by the Commission, from which the regulator can learn. And then very practically, I'm very pleased that we have a colleague from the Kenyan Human Rights Commission who has had experience in building systems to respond to precisely these kinds of problems. So whether they be tech or human systems to deal with these issues. So I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Adams as our first speaker, who will take the mic away.
I think there is one there. Is it working?
Yeah, that one working.
Thank you so much, Advocate Pina, and good afternoon, everybody, especially on this Friday afternoon. Once again, we're meeting for the graveyard shift post-lunch, but I am encouraged to see that there's quite a good turnout still, despite the time of day. So allow me to start with taking you a little bit back in time. And this may sound familiar to some of you, and maybe to some of you you might have never heard this sound before. So just give me a second to put the mic, if you can. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Technology fails me, how ironic. There we go. Sounding familiar? Yep. And now we're in an era where we talk about spectrum, about wireless, where the first thing you do when you walk into someone's house or a friend or an office is you say, do you have a charger? I left my charger at home or my battery's about to die. That's where we've come, from dial-up internet to asking for a charger or do you have the Wi-Fi code? And we're moving into an era where we might not even need to ask for those codes because it might be, everything we need might be right there. So let me pop into my presentation. So we're going there. Okay, so the topic today, or that I'm asked to speak on, is redress, remedy, and the role of national human rights institutions. And suddenly I'm getting a Microsoft PowerPoint is rebooting. Okay, while that happens and while we do that, I'm going to give you further context because it's failed me. So let's go back to circa 1993 through to 1995, 96, where we have dial-up internet, again, and here we go. So, dial-up internet, no search engines as we understand it, no Google, or not as we know it today. And there, a young girl in primary/high school is sitting waiting until after 12 o'clock for the CNN technology report to come on so she can frantically write down websites because there was no www dot something something. You needed to go through a portal to access certain content. And so that young girl then runs to school the next day to say, I've got dial-up internet at home, and I was able to access the following sites, but I can't check anything because it's all American content. But that's where we are. And now, wow, what's going on here? How ironic, right? And we tested this earlier, and suddenly, yeah, let's just do that. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. No worries. So, hello, technology that we thought was so amazing. Our box computer, those phones, which till today are fail-proof phones. I mean, you could literally drop it, have it stepped on, and it would still be working. I think I have members in my family who still rely on phones like that. No WhatsApp, nothing, no camera. It just made a phone call and sent a text message. And you could play the game Snake on it if you were really good. And then, of course, the bubble Apple computer, which was, if you had that in your house, you were really setting yourself apart from the rest of your friends. And then the BlackBerry, which changed our lives and was the first real indication of instant messaging before we saw the introduction of WhatsApp and all these chat platforms which are now in place. Some of you may remember the search engines. Yahoo, in its very early form, Lycos, which was my favorite, Excite, Alta Vista, Ask Jeeves, and then there was the little one with the dog pile, which I used to frantically type things in to get information on, and it was always never enough. We move forward and we find Google, and on your left, Google, which was then hosted by Stanford University, and at that point, this was, we're talking about the early 90s, talking about we have 25 million pages. Now they have in excess of 100 million pages. And now we are so reliant on Google in terms of what they offer us. We have Maps, Translate, YouTube, Google Plus Suite, the Play Store, online shopping, Play Music, anything and everything, and that's how far we have come. But I ask the question, where was human rights in all of this? When technology was taking off at this pace, when that young girl was watching the CNN tech report, where was human rights? Where was the discussions? I know we were all in Vienna or Geneva talking about the Vienna Conventions, or possibly the establishment of national human rights institutions through the Paris Principles. And I would like us to keep that in mind as we go through this, because had we had a human rights discourse or influence when all this was happening, we might be in a very different position that we are today. There might not have been a need for this conference to take place, because human rights could well have been ingrained into the internet, into data, into messaging, into the fourth industrial revolution. So what exactly are the roles of human rights institutions, or NHRIs as they're called, and what role do they play, or what are they? I don't want to get too theoretical, because there's a lot that can be said and a lot that you can literally just Google online and get all the information that you require. What I really want to get to is the crux of what it is that they can do. But it's important to recognize that we cannot look at data, at the internet, at the fourth industrial revolution, and at human rights in isolation. They are all interlinked, and that intersectionality is critical in how it is that we're going to address the challenges that 4IR will bring. As we know, the digital divide is getting all the more greater, but as to NHRI, so I'm going to scan through this. You're welcome to have a copy of the presentation. But we are essentially independent state institutions, often with a constitutional or legislative mandate that have been established to promote and protect human rights in a particular country. There's only one per country, except for the UK. That's a technical example, but I won't get into it. But the South African Human Rights Commission is the appointed national human rights institution. And how the grading happens is via the Paris principles, where you are aligned and accredited according to your level of independence, your competence, the mandate that you have, and so on and so forth. So as was mentioned by our COO in the earlier panel, the Human Rights Commission holds an A status internationally, which means that affords us the ability to engage on the international platforms, both at the African regional level as well as at the UN level. So it's quite a tremendous responsibility. We can speak to any agenda item or raise any issue of concern. The Paris principles, I've already gone through it, but that's basically, it sets out 6 main criteria, which deals from independence issues, pluralism, in terms of our commissioner appointment and staff diversity, as well as our powers of investigation. The functional aspects, again, the promotion and protection of human rights through monitoring, conflict resolution, investigation and resolution of complaints, and then of course our outreach work, advocacy, research, etc. And as mentioned, the Human Rights Commission, through its constitutional mandate, and I'll get to that as well, gives effect to the Paris Principle mandate. I think it would be remiss of me not to mention also the linkages with the Sustainable Development Goals. And as we know, the fourth industrial revolution technology is one of the goals in the SDGs, and an independent NHRI is also regarded as an indicator of sustainable development. Of course, SDG 16 speaks to peace, justice, and strong institutions, and reaffirms that sustainable development cannot be achieved without a strong and independent NHRI. So it again bolsters the work that human rights commissions internationally are doing or can do, and the role that we serve as NHRIs. There are ongoing moves and advocacy for greater recognition in terms of the multiple and sub-regional and supranational structures that have subsequently also been created, and more NHRIs are getting recognized in those spaces. So as mentioned, the South African Human Rights Commission, as South Africa's NHRI, we have a constitutional, a statutory, an international, and then other statutory, to a lesser extent, mandate. From the Constitution, it's derived from Section 184, and again, as you can read, that speaks to our Paris Principle mandate. And then very importantly, in terms of Section 13 of the Human Rights Commission Act, South African Human Rights Commission Act, which is our enabling act, which gives effect to the constitutional mandate. We may make recommendations to organs of state at all levels of government, where, and I won't read it all, regarding the promotion of human rights within the framework of the Constitution, and for other measures appropriate for the observance of human rights. And we must review government policies relating to human rights and make recommendations in that regard. Very important in terms of our work. At the international level, as mentioned, the Paris Principles gives us further mandate, the SDGs, general recommendations and comments coming out of international and regional structures. And then I think, just for the benefit of our discussion yesterday around hate speech online and hate crimes, it would be important to also note that the Human Rights Commission has an additional mandate under the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Article 14.2, where we are recognized internationally and by that particular treaty body as the body which shall be competent to receive and consider complaints from individuals or groups of individuals within the country who feel that their rights under the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination has been violated. Similarly, and as was mentioned yesterday, we have a mandate under the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, PEPUDA, and we draft a report, although it's not that part of the act isn't operational yet, but we continue to draft a report setting out the extent to which unfair discrimination on the basis of race, gender, and disability persists in the Republic. And that gets tabled with Parliament annually. And then, of course, as was mentioned earlier by Advocate Pina, that we do have a pseudo mandate under the Promotion of Access to Information Act, but we are in the process of a handover, but we will continue to play a collaborative role with the information regulator and an oversight role insofar as our general human rights mandate. So what can NHRIs do? And this is where the crux of the presentation comes in. And this is by no means a closed list. This is just my thinking, and of course, this engagement allows us to be constructive and to add to this as well. Many of what was said was mentioned earlier by our COO as well, and then yesterday by the CEO in his opening remarks. But in terms of what we can do, and I'm going to say at the outset, we have to change the way we think. We have to change the way we view human rights within that traditional sense. We have to shift our thinking entirely. And I spoke to one of our commissioners yesterday afternoon who said to me, wow, there are so many different levels of digital literacy. And he felt that he needed to have some kind of course in digital literacy because children know more than him. And that's right. So we have to change the way we think. But at the outset, we have to promote a human rights-based approach to the fourth industrial revolution. And in doing so, and these are just suggestions, influencing the discourse, particularly around the emerging technology. So your algorithms, your machine learning, automated decision-making, big problem. Your storage of personal data, big data, especially where it reinforces discrimination and human rights violations, as was spoken of in the panel earlier. The President has announced during the SONA 2 weeks ago that the grade 1 and grade 2 learners will be taught coding and robotics. And I thought, wow, that's fantastic. But is it a human rights-based approach to coding and robotics? What is informing that curriculum? Who is sitting around the table when that curriculum is drafted? Who are the teachers that are showing the kids how to code and how to create robotics? Have they been trained on human rights? I think not. So that's obviously a loophole. Private techies, people who create online content where you go into the Play Store and you have an option to download, and it's not a company, it's a private individual sitting there who has created something, who has no concept on human rights whatsoever. And in your innocence, or you think it's a cute game, you download something, unbeknownst to you, it's actually etched in racism, bias, or discrimination. Similarly, business and human rights is an equal responsibility that was spoken of earlier. In some sectors, and I'm speaking NHRIs generally because in some parts of the world, the internet is not as free as it is in South Africa. So issues around LGBTIQA+, and sexual rights, where you cannot, as a woman or a person with a different sexual orientation, access certain content because it's restricted. And so to recognize that that too, in itself, is work that needs to be done from NHRI's side. In fact, yesterday, I didn't get a chance to say something during the presentation with Chanel and Rachel, but if you were to Google abortion clinics, for example, or access to female reproductive health care, you will likely find less information available online as opposed to Googling where you can buy Viagra. Yeah. So that's something to keep in mind. So sexual rights, if I can call it that, manifesting itself in the online space. And at a more internal level, assessing our NHR, our complaints that we receive as a commission in terms of our complaints handling processes, that we need to come up to speed with technology. Research methodologies have to change. Our own internal IT systems, and I was chatting to my colleague from the Kenyan Human Rights Commission a few minutes ago, that needs reform. As well, even yesterday in speaking with our HR manager around HR recruitment and policies and how 4IR is impacting on that as well. Similarly, and the COO mentioned earlier, collaboration with other stakeholders. So example, the Commission for Gender Equality. And here I'm going to digress and show you something. Don't worry, it's the last slide, Gary. Almost. Here we go. So I want to show you this woman, if I can. Is it showing? She's not showing? She's not showing. Oh, thank you. Don't eat into my time. No? Now, isn't she beautiful? Yeah, right? According to a certain standard. But she's not real. She is a self-lubricating humanoid. The term humanoid. We work in the Human Rights Commission. What does that mean for us? So you can buy a beautiful self-lubricating with a vaginal canal that does everything a woman does, where you can program her to say and do things you ordinarily wouldn't ask maybe your partner to do or say. And that she does not cook. Maybe that's the next phase. Maybe that's the next phase. But I actually had the unfortunate pleasure, I'm going to say that, of meeting one of these humanoids. And to my dismay, I stood there completely frozen with two of my cousins saying, can you please not think about this in terms of human rights? And I said, but how can you not? This is not a human. So that, at the same time, so the CGE, so bringing in actors like that, recognizing that we are moving further and further away from human contact if we continue at this pace. At the same time, the CGE and other actors as well and stakeholders to recognize, and I speak earlier about private techies who create content. I don't know how many of you are familiar with something called the app or the game Rape Day. And this was established or created last year, but because of international pressure, it was withdrawn. This is what Rape Day looks like. So you are the protagonist who has to antagonize and fight and argue and get a woman to sleep with you against her consent, of course. It's encouraging rape, sexual violence, misogyny, patriarchy, major issues that need to be addressed. Something which in our innocence maybe you think you're downloading a car game, but the car game includes you pulling over on the side of the road, picking a woman up on the side of the street, objectifying women in that way and sex workers at the same time. At the same time, also in terms of business, and part of our collaboration as well with the CRL Commission, and then of course the Independent Electoral Commission. And for this, I'm going to show you the former president of the US. One is a deep fake, which is a real image, and one is not real. So imagine going out to rural communities and doctoring images to such an extent where you can put the head of someone on someone else and use that as part of your electioneering campaign. It changes the way that civil and political right plays itself out. How the right to free and fair elections manifest itself, because you can use technology to manipulate it. So the IEC needs to come on board in discussions around this. Okay, I'm going back to my PowerPoint now, which is nearly done. Is that fine? Okay, F5. And then, of course, the Competition Commission as well. And now you are, where are we, sir? You have, do I have to go through? Okay. Yeah. And normally I consider myself tech savvy, but you have a nice system here, yeah? Okay. So, and as I spoke about censorship, elections, so on and so forth. And then, of course, advocating for the establishment of legislative and regulatory frameworks. And at the international level, I want to mention that the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation noted that the major documents codifying international human rights law were written before the age of digital cooperation. So there's a need at the international level via the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions and CSOs and the media to start looking at where we need to bridge the gap and bring the old laws in line with the new era. And by this, an example domestically is the need for the amendment of the legislation around PAIA, especially, which is completely dated. And that's something which requires a lot of advocacy. There's a need for an integrated technology platform. Commissioner Makwetla spoke earlier about birth certificates, but I'm going to give you a more practical example in Cape Town. In the last couple of months, refugee protest action in the country. The number one issue when we spoke with people were, I don't have my papers. Why don't you have your papers? I went to the Cape Town office. They said I must go to Pretoria. Why? Because my file is in Pretoria. Why is your file in Pretoria? That's how the system works. So now, should it not be where we have an integrated IT system infused with human rights where someone can go to Home Affairs, you can pull up a file in the Cape Town office that links you to Pretoria. If you have committed a criminal offense, it goes on to justice or police's system. That should ideally be what we should be working towards and encouraging, because then the president's remarks about leading the fourth industrial revolution is merely lip service and means absolutely nothing in practice. And then, of course, engaging at the international and regional platforms, again, NHRI's engagements at this level, through the state commitments under our international and regional human rights law, so through treaty bodies, and when we do appear before those committees to bring in digital rights, as I can say, and ensure that similarly Agenda 2030, which is around the SDGs, and Agenda 2063, which is the African similarity to the SDGs, that is also through the states reporting that we keep a watchful eye over that and comment in as far as possible. And that we do draft our annual reports, our parallel reports, and this applies to civil society and academia as well, because those platforms are open for you to engage those international and regional structures as well, where we push for the recognition of digital rights, not just as a basic human right, but also recognize it as an enabling right. Because I would hate that we get to a point where that young girl who was sitting waiting for CNN's tech report 20 years from now, wherever technology might take us, to think, well, why didn't we do more? Why, when all this was happening and there was talk about the fourth industrial revolution, we didn't infuse human rights? Where did we go wrong? On that note, I think I would end on a light note considering it's Friday. But just so this is probably where we're headed, in light of us being replaced by machines. So soon, one day, it won't be me standing here, but a hologram image of myself, or possibly a humanoid, if you're lucky. So on that note, I thank you very, very much. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Fadla, for a very disturbing presentation. I just wanted to, as a matter of public information, Alison collaborated with us a few years ago to do an evaluation, an implementation evaluation, because it's an ongoing development of the integrated justice system. There is an IT system that is being designed, being developed to join up the criminal justice system departments. So that is happening. Government is thinking along those lines and has been for some 15 years and more. But there have been problems. Right. I can't tell you much more. It was a confidential client report. Who you keen to go next? Is that you've reached agreement, have you, between yourselves? All right. Okay. Yep. Great. All right then. Thank you, Varsha. From the Information Regulator.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for being here. And I think my presentation is going to be a lot more sobering because I don't have any humanoids. I'm going to talk to you today about the role of the information regulator and particularly in promoting the culture of privacy amidst all the new technologies that we are faced with today. My presentation is basically going to deal with the mandate of the information regulator, the role of the regulator, the redress through enforcement provisions, because I think as we become bombarded with violations to our privacy, we need to articulate what redress do we have. And I look at why protection of personal information is critical, the impact of technology on the protection of personal information, and I also will touch on the embedding of privacy in artificial intelligence and data ethics. The regulator, as our member Weapend mentioned in our morning session, was established in terms of Section 39 of the Protection of Personal Information Act. And I'm not going to read through all of the legislation because I know time is of the essence and I seem to have a lot of slides. The mandate of the regulator is derived from the Constitution, stemming from Section 14 and 32. The Section 40 of POPEA provides for our powers. So the current sections which are in operation are Section 1, 39 to 54, 112, and 113. As my colleague has mentioned, the PIA function still remains with the Human Rights Commission, and as soon as the Act comes into operation, the information regulator will assume this function. So this basically, in terms of Section 40, and you can read this, are the main functions of the information regulator: to monitor and enforce compliance by public and private bodies relating to the protection of your personal information. We are required to undertake research, monitor developments in information processing and computer technology. We are also meant to conduct assessments on public and private bodies, examine and propose legislation, monitor the use of unique identifiers of data subjects, and report to Parliament and develop legislation on this. Maintain and publish registers, consult, handle complaints, most importantly, develop codes of conduct, which will give guidance to specific sectors on how personal information should be managed, and facilitate cross-border cooperation in the enforcement of privacy laws. The internet, as we all know, is an intrinsic part of our daily lives. We cannot avoid operating in a digital environment, which means that the regulator has a huge task, and it has a responsibility to our citizens and the state and the private sector to ensure that we drive acceptable norms and standards and develop the jurisprudence around the protection of personal information and the promotion of access to information. We are one of the few regulatory bodies which would have this dual mandate. The regulator is the only entity that can connect and align this prerogative across both the public and private sector. The protection of personal information is larger than just protecting your data. It amounts, as my learned colleagues have all mentioned, it amounts to the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms that are attached to your personal information. And this is the very reason why the substantive portions of POPEA must come into effect with absolute haste. Self-regulatory mechanisms are simply inadequate to leverage the kind of protection that we require. So a framework of how personal information is managed is critical. It is not just the private sector that holds personal information, though it's interesting to note that the state is the largest holder of personal information, and how that process is managed has yet to evolve. The regulator is tasked with addressing the rights of data subjects when confronted with direct marketing through unsolicited electronic communications directories and automated decision-making. We are to develop guidelines on trans-border information flows. And as I mentioned earlier, the development of codes of conduct, particularly to protect the information of children, both online and offline, which is a critical human rights issue. Coming to what are the powers of the information regulator. POPEA have, through sections 73 to 99, have outlined the redress mechanisms that are available through the information regulator. And in the event of interference with the protection of personal information, these are the following mechanisms that you could follow. You can lodge a complaint in writing to the regulator. The regulator may investigate the complaint or refer it to another regulatory body. It can facilitate the settlement of the complaint. It may refer the matter to a judge of the High Court, a regional magistrate or a magistrate, an application to issue a warrant of search and seizure to obtain evidence relating to the alleged interference with the protection of personal information. The regulator may be requested to make an assessment, or it can undertake to make an assessment on its own initiative as to whether or not the processing of personal information is compliant with POPEA. The regulator may also serve an information notice on the responsible party to furnish a report on any breach or perceived breach of personal information. The regulator may also refer the matter to the Enforcement Committee to consider the matter. So as you can see, POPIA makes provision for a redress mechanism. And in light of the breaches that South African society have had to encounter and deal with, it's a further reason for the Act to come into force as soon as possible. Because currently there are no redress mechanisms if you are a victim of a breach. So the regulator may serve an enforcement notice after considering the recommendation of the Enforcement Committee. And should you wish to appeal this, that appeal process vests with the High Court. So a data subject may also institute civil action for damages. And here we come to the regulator may impose administrative fines. I think one of my colleagues have mentioned in one of the other sessions that the Information Commissioner in the UK have fined several social media companies. I think Facebook was fined. So should there be breaches in South Africa and the regulator has to there's an adverse finding, it is empowered to issue an administrative fine all the way up to, I think it's like 10 million. Inasmuch as it is necessary to promote a culture of self-governance with a high standard of data ethics, I think it's necessary for the enforcement powers of the regulator to ensure the protection of personal information. I think at the end of the day, a culture of self-governance can only has a limited end. The right to privacy and the protection of personal information, as I mentioned before, is a fundamental right. It includes the right to protection against unlawful collection, retention, dissemination, processing, and the use of your personal information. And as mentioned before, we are tasked with developing norms and standards to ensure that there is alignment with the provisions of POPIA. And at present, there are no common standards or mechanisms in place across the public or private sector to deal with this. People share information over the internet freely. There is unprecedented access to personal information, and there is currently no oversight over this. The issue of data sovereignty is a critical one, as personal information must be regulated by the laws of the countries within which it resides. Cloud technologies and cloud-based solutions often create cross-border transfer of personal information. An approved data strategy must detail how cross-border flows of personal information should be handled, which includes the storage, classification, security requirements, data sovereignty, and mechanisms to address the handling of data loss and breaches. This poses as a critical challenge in countries that do not have a data protection framework. As we all know, data, personal information has become a valuable commodity and is equated to the new currency. How do we look at addressing, mitigating these risks? Data governance policies have to be updated to include new technologies that enable artificial intelligence, surveillance technologies, profiling, aerial data obtained by drones, online targeting, disinformation, and information generated from the Internet of Things. Digital rights management is where content owners have copyright protection over their digital content. However, they also include monitoring tools which can contravene a user's privacy. The storage and use of this data has to be regulated. There are ethical and moral implications relating to information in national databases, information secured from identity cards, biometrics, and information generated from surveillance. The protection of minors' personal information whilst online and offline is critical. Protection of children against cybercrimes and violations against the protection of their personal information is vital. The concept, the fourth industrial revolution, was coined by Klaus Schwab, founder of the World Economic Forum, foretelling untold growth for humanity through technology and digitization. The internet has become the most fundamental communication infrastructure. It is, however, critical to note that technology is not the salve to all ills. In actual fact, if technology is not supported by a resolute framework that prioritizes digital literacy, infrastructure that enables affordable access, affordable devices, together with development of local content, the masses will be excluded from reaping associated benefits. Technology by itself is unable to bridge the digital divide. Technology can widen the digital divide and entrench inequality if marginalized communities are not brought into the fold of the digital economy. It is necessary to prioritize a legal framework that would ensure ubiquitous development through ICTs. And here I'm proposing a multi-stakeholder model. The implications that technological advancements have on people must be acknowledged, together with the vast power it wields over their personal information. The development of smart cities, deemed to be the cities of the future, will generate big data. There is an adverse connotation to the term smart cities, in that we have communities that have no access to basic infrastructure, let alone ICT infrastructure. The processing of personal information, profiling of inhabitants, and data mining will occur without the consent of data subjects. Big data is used in profiling, which can predict patterns and preferences, promoting bias and discrimination and influencing choices, as we see in election results. Algorithmic decision-making systems raise challenges like discriminatory results and pose a risk to protection of personal information. Cloud computing and storage of information poses challenges relating to data control, data location, data security, and data oversight. Smartphones, mobile devices, surveillance systems, drones, and facial recognition applications gather personal information. It is critical to address online disinformation by improving detection and reporting of online disinformation, implementing content control and transparency initiatives like fact-checking, for instance. Technologies also exist to enhance the protection of personal information, like software that enables anonymity online, cryptography technology, blockchain technology, and identity management systems. Artificial intelligence can revolutionize society because it has the ability to track and identify individuals and de-anonymize personal information. As we embrace technological advancement, a systematic transformation of how personal information is stored, processed, analyzed, and shared must be adhered to. The rights of individuals must be factored when developing technology processes. We should advocate the embedding of privacy in artificial intelligence. There are 7 principles of privacy by design, which requires that privacy be incorporated in the very engineering and design process of technology, which include being proactive and not reactive, privacy as the default setting. Privacy is embedded into the design. Full functionality, end-to-end security, visibility and transparency, and the respect for user privacy. What is data ethics? Data ethics is defined as responsible and sustainable use of data. It is about doing the right thing for people and society. Data processes should be designed as sustainable solutions benefiting first and foremost humans. Data ethics refer and adhere to the principles and values on which human rights and personal data protection laws are based. It's about honest and genuine transparency in data management, to actively develop privacy by design and privacy embedding and privacy enhancing products and infrastructures, to treat someone else's personal information as if it were your own or your children's. Data ethics is a step further than mere compliance with data protection legislation, where the human interest will always prevail. Data ethics is an emerging area that promotes the ethical handling of personal information. The regulator can play a material role in promoting data ethics. The mass abuse of personal information has led to public distrust in data management. This is the very reason why data ethics are obligatory. A collaborative, multi-stakeholder approach is necessary to safeguard personal information, enabling a culture of good data governance and ethics. Respect for information that belongs to others is a fundamental ethic. Failure to adopt a culture of data governance and ethics will limit the benefits of a digital economy. This is the data ethics canvas tool, which can be utilized by any person that collects, shares, or uses data. Thank you.
Thank you, Varsha, for reminding us that people are still at the center of this process, and it's up to us to make the choices. I'm going to be very brief and hand over immediately to John Gatiga. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
No, it's already locked into me. Let me take my laptop.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm really hoping that you still have some energy left in you. I know we have discussed very high-level concepts. I think for me, I want to be as basic as I can so that we know where to start and what to do next. Because I think after such an engagement, you would think, okay, so where do we start? I hope I can answer that question. I come from National Commission on Human Rights in Nairobi, Kenya, and this is our sister commission. I've been here for a few days just discussing on concepts on automation and technology, basically on this human rights work that we do. So my desire is to try and bridge the gap, because I sit on both sides of the divide. One is that I'm passionate about human rights, because I've been at the Commission for the last 10 years. Secondly is I'm an ICT specialist by profession, so I'll try bridge the gap between the two. This is what you're trying to discuss here. I think the bottom line is we need to ensure that people are still protected online. Their rights are not taken away just because you have gone online. I want to give some good examples and some bad examples of some of the things that are happening back home, so that you also feel like you are not alone. We are also going through the same challenges. We are also grappling through the same issues. So I'll paint a good picture and a bad picture and what you're trying to do about it. If you look at this is one of our flagship projects across the world, and you can actually see what Safaricom has done is to try to bank those who are unbanked. Basically, we are about 52 million, so they are having about 31.8 million subscribers. That's a lot. They have just launched Fuliza. Fuliza is just a credit facility where people can just borrow, you can buy some stuff if you don't have money. When you load back, then the managers deduct at a small fee. And then M-Pesa has also gone global. They, I think, partnered with Western Union and other big companies just to ensure that our people can also use the same platform to send and receive money. Those are big things. But let's look at the bottom there. At the bottom, they're saying, under gender and disability, they had 50% employees of both gender. That's commendable for such a company. 34% of those are women at senior level. That is so commendable for such a company. And at 2.1% are persons living with disability, and I think from what I was reading, they want to go to around 2.9% this year. That's commendable. And that is what we should actually advocate for. Because this company is doing quite a lot. I think it's the most profitable company in sub-Saharan Africa, and they're still able to meet some of these challenges that most of our companies are grappling with. I don't know whether many of you have heard about this company. It's also another good company that does some work there. It's a pay-and-go-as-you-go service. It's called M-Copper. Copper is just like borrowing. And what they just do is just they sell, can actually see on the right-hand side, they sell solar panels. And those solar panels can be able to power the house. They can be able to power their phones. I've actually seen, as of yesterday, they're also selling fridges that can also accommodate and get power from such kits. And you might actually think this service is expensive. They are selling it at a deposit of about $35 US, and then you continually pay about $0.5 per day for the rest of the year for you to own the equipment. So there are lots of ethical issues also around the same platform, but you can actually see the numbers there. They are actually powering and enabling many of our young kids to be able to read at home. Those who are using kerosene, they can now start avoiding that. And you can actually see how that affects the education part of it if you're using such renewable energy. So it's quite a lot. So that's some of the best things that technology is doing. So let me just cover some of the human rights issues, then I show you the bad part of it. Human rights issues here include the digital divide, and that's what we have been discussing. I don't want to explain what that is, because by now, if you're not an expert, you are. Proliferation of restrictive policies, I think that's what my other colleagues have also spoke about, and and there are government bodies already dealing with this. I know you do not face any internet shutdowns as of yet, but you never know what will come next. But we have regulators here. We have also spoken about surveillance. We have also spoken about privacy and data protection, online violence, disinformation. The list goes on and on and on. I don't want to dwell on that much. In terms of rights and thematic issues, we are dealing with these specific rights of inequalities, non-discrimination, rights, freedom of expression, freedom from violence, accessibility, and all these other, privacy and education. Those are the things that we have been discussing here. So, and someone has touched on this, the SDG, and I think it was designed, I don't know, 2015 or thereabout. We are almost there. It's 2030, and I highly doubt we'll achieve this. I highly doubt it. But we'll see what can happen in the next 10 years. So this is part of the bad things now I just want to show you. As a commission, we're also trying to adopt lots of technology to analyze most of the complaints that you're getting. You can actually see most of the issues are around economic and social rights. That's where the right to education is. That's where health is. That's where all these other rights you're talking about are. There are still some countries across Africa who are still dealing with civil and political issues, but mostly it is on this area. So how do we ensure that we can still use this technology that you're talking about today and here, and all these challenges you're talking about, to be able to deal with these issues around economic and social rights? Let me just show you one of the extremely bad things that happened in 2017. As a commission, we deployed lots of technologies to monitor the elections, and that's such an issue about democracy. If you look at that graph, it's just a demonstration of all the complaints that we corrected around the violence that was taking place. And if you follow our systems very well, our elections are bloody, and we haven't learned from the past. So this is as far as the last elections. You can actually see sexual and gender-based violence, we are at 25.58%. That is an aggregation of all the statements we collected. That number is very high. And we shouldn't even be talking about this even during elections time. around 11.97% are the people that lost their lives. And this translates to about over 100 people, if you want the actual numbers. The injuries there constitutes about major and minor injuries. Some lost their limbs, and we can discuss the list. This graph does not paint a picture of a country that is democratic. And how can we use then technology to be able to deal with such problems? We know in the developed economies, they're also trying to go back to the manual process. But the manual process does not bring credibility, does not bring fairness, does not bring transparency. Technology can do that. So how can we do that? Let me just paint a green picture, the picture in a green manner as we move on. Sexual violence. If you break down the 25%, you can actually see gang rape was taking about 52.66%. And if you want the minimum number, it was about 4 going up, not even 2. So you would think there were no kids here. There were. The minimum that we collected in terms of age was about 7 years, and the maximum was about 70 years or thereabout. If you want the breakdown of this information and the statements, they're available on our website under the section on elections-related reports. You'll find we have a very specific report on this subject of sexual violence. Please look it up. I'm certain the statistics will, they will change your mind a bit about how our democracy is looking like. So this is where we are saying that how can a commission as ours and South African Human Rights Commission use technology to tell the story? So if I was telling you stories, you wouldn't have understood. But if I show you this, then you can be able to understand. This is how best then we can start using some of these technologies that you're talking about to tell the story in a very different way, in a graphical manner. We paint a picture. If I do this, and many of these other commissions do this kind of thing, then it's easier for the person who is sitting in a remote village to be able to understand what is going on in the society. So we have been doing a lot of advocacy around using most of these graphics so that people and the policymakers and the rest who are in power can be able to understand the gravity of issue in terms of elections. So then the broad mandate is more or less on promotion and protection. But then what are these proposed interventions that I think these commissions need to take up? And I think I'll go in I'll just step very low. I don't want to discuss things to do with policy that much. Firstly, you might start imagining that most of these commissions have the capacity. And we are not just talking about South African Human Rights Commission. We are thinking about the entire of Africa. You might think these commissions have the capacity. Maybe they do not have. And that's why meetings as this, they need to happen so that we can start building our capacity. Secondly, we also need to use these digital tools. These digital tools also require us to be secure, and we also have a role on data protection. I'll take you back in 2007. We took our current president and deputy president to the ICC. And you know these cases collapsed many years later because there were what we call, in quote-unquote, lack of witnesses. So who sorted out the list of these witnesses? So it's still, there are so many theories that have been discussed. Maybe some staff members were paid. Maybe someone hacked into our systems, but I was not there then. But there are all these many theories that we have to discuss, and we have never found an answer, but the easiest answer is that someone was paid for it. Because it was just a matter of life and death. And you can imagine now the deputy president or the president, they are now sitting currently as we speak at that top level. So what do you think they will do to some people like us who work at the commission? So your guess is as good as mine. So we have a lot of work to do in terms of data protection and security of these petitions and of these complaints that we collect on a daily basis. So we want to go digital, but it has repercussions in terms of securing. We have to invest if we have to tell our story in this particular manner. Then, thirdly, I want to talk about accessibility of these services. We have to make these services accessible to the people. We sit here in such a developed town, And some of these other towns are also developed. But do you know there are some people who have never heard about your commission? There are so many. Similarly, like even us, there are so many people who have never heard about us. So how do they access us? We can only be there in a very digital manner, but how do we make it easy, and how do we make it also affordable, if I combine that with the next point? These are some of the issues the Commission needs to start thinking about, that your services also have to be accessible, and they also have to be affordable. Let me talk about participation, and it's what we are doing here, and it's a good thing. And if I combine that with the next point, we have to do a lot of capacity building of duty bearers. I was shocked to hear that your judges can only learn from other judges. So how then do they learn from experts who are dealing with human rights and these other areas? So, I strongly believe that these topics are not being taught in their curriculums. So how will they learn? So that is an area of engagement that I think the Commission needs to start thinking through. The Commission also has a responsibility to carry out evidence-based research on digital rights and impact of digitized government services. So those are quick wins. When we are focusing about surveillance, the government will be talking about national security. But most probably, if you talk about people getting their passports, people getting their driving licenses, you know, those small things that you ignore, that is what the common man cares about. So in my country, we have tried to digitize as many services. You can Google how many services the government has started to digitize. There are so many. But I assure you, that is just in the capital. There are so many, even if you Google, you find that we are about 89.8% in terms of penetration. That is very high. I think we're the highest in Africa. But I assure you, those services are just within what you would call, quote-unquote, urban areas. If you go down to the villages, they have no idea what these things mean. So what about indigenous communities? What about them? They don't want these digital things down there. But are they still entitled to receive government services? I think those are the quick wins that the Commission needs to start with before we start dealing with all these things about surveillance. We won't win that war easily, but we can win the war on health, we can win the war on education easily, because those are the things that people are dealing with on a daily basis. At a very high level, it's on the monitoring of all these tools the government is releasing, and whether they are compliant with all these things we are talking about. We also need to speak about the awareness of the public. We think they know, but I assure you, they do not know. If some of them, they do not even know where the Commission offices are, or how they can reach you maybe on social media, how do you think they are going to understand all these things about digital rights you're talking about? They won't. So can we go down? Can we take our services as low as possible? We could also think about doing public interest litigation. The government is saying this, can we do a PIL on this? Those are quick wins, and I think that is where we need to start. And I think this other point I had made earlier on collaboration with justice actors to enhance their capacity on digital, that shell has to be broken one way or another. We are trying to do it back at home, and I hope you win the war. So next, I just want to, this is one of my last slide, I think the second last slide. This is a quote that was done by one of the judges at the International Court of Justice. And this is what he said, that while science and technology are racing ahead, law and human rights are looking helplessly from the sidelines because there is very little they can do to match the speed of technology. Law moves very slowly, while technology moves with lightning rapidity. The result is that technology is racing out of legal control. In consequence, there can be grave damage to human rights as well. And that is very true. I don't think I need to explain much further. And that's what we have been discussing. So how then do we intervene? And I think I've given you some of the small things and some of the quick win areas where I think in my personal view, where we need to start. And as I make my last point, let's not assume that these capabilities are within the Commission itself. That's why the Commission is collaborating with most of us. But the Commission also must not be afraid to digitize or go digital or employ these digital tools. I want to end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kashwal, could we get some direction from you regarding timing? Because we started late and we're due to finish now, but we haven't had Q&A. And yeah, just some guidance regarding how much time we can spare. Thanks.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
The truth.
I only have bad
Just
news.
the facts. Just the facts.
Unfortunately, we're out of time for this panel in terms of question Q&A. However, what we could accommodate is 3 questions, but my appeal will be, and it's my honest appeal, if you can keep them short, sharp, straight to the point. Do we have any takers? One.
One there.
Going once. Going twice. Any other questions? Go on.
I think we have over-compliance. So your question, please. Gosh, will you take the microphone? Thanks. Oh, is that one dead? Okay.
Thank you. My question is to Fadla and the representative from the regulator. Regulation of ICT matters is always coming from the back. What happened in the US Congress with Facebook, where the questions were irrelevant to what the concerns were. Is there any other thing beyond regulating 10 years after the fact that would somehow see that rights online are also protected offline are also protected online?
Thanks so much. May I? Kenneth. Yes, you're right. It's always after the fact. And it's always, what's that saying? Hindsight is what, 2020? Yeah. Hindsight is perfect. It's always 2020 because it's always after the fact that we realize shoulda, woulda, coulda, and we would have been in a different situation. But I do think that now increasingly we find, particularly at the international level and the regional level, and I speak now having come from the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development last week, where the narrative throughout was a recognition of the need to step up as a continent especially, and to catch up. Well, I wouldn't say 4IR, but just generally technology. That includes the third industrial revolution even. There have been a lot of lobbying and a lot of work done at the UN Human Rights Council and also then at the General Assembly level. We have resolutions that have been passed that recognize that the rights that apply in the real world apply equally in the online world. There's a lot of mobilization. I do also know there's a lot happening domestically, which at this point I can't really disclose, but I think it's only a matter of time before that comes out. So there is more of a coordinated approach, and unfortunately, I mean, it sometimes takes, even for us as legal practitioners, where you have an horrific accident that happens, or an incident that happens, and you go, we should have changed the law to avoid this. The death of Enoch is an example where systems wasn't in place, and we look back thinking, why didn't we change or do what we were supposed to have done? But I do think, and I feel encouraged to know that there will be movements, but we need to have vibrant minds and innovation and people to keep the fire burning, and dare I say, keep the wheels turning, but that's such a 2IR phrase. So I guess keep the mouse clicking or something. There we go.
Mental wheels.
The wheels.
Need to go faster. All right, thank you. I think we'll close in the interest of time and hand over back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so it's a Friday afternoon. Up next is, of course, the CEO's address, but before the preceding that will be Isak Minar from SANEF to discuss universal access to the internet. But while he's approaching the podium, there's a quick video I wanted to show you, and that was only because of what Fadla had mentioned about deep fakes. And I think the amazing thing about things like this, it's literally just a minute's clip that I'm going to show you. We hear these terminologies, and I thought it is a Friday afternoon, so maybe a minute worth of footage would be fun. It is illustrative of what a deepfake is. So this was an interview that was conducted, and then someone did a deep fake on it afterwards. Just watch his face. Keep an eye on his face, and then you'll see what a deep fake is.
You know, when you do a movie, you do table reads, you know, where like all the actors get together.
At the beginning of the production.
beginning, before anything, you get together and you read through the script. And so it's like, you know, all these heavyweights, like, you know, Ben Stiller, Jack Black, Robert Downey Jr., everybody. And at the end is like me, like, you know, like, hey, just happy to be here, guys. You know, like, and some other supporting guys. And then Tom Cruise walks in,
my God.
and even those guys are like, whoa, and he's super stoked to be there, you know, just like, yeah, oh, boom. You know, like, he's like, wow. He's just immediately excited when he walks into a room. And so he comes over and he sits next to me, and I think he had been briefed on some of the supporting guys, but he was like trying to place me, you know? So he sat down next to me, and he's like, I love your work. And I went, oh, thanks. I love your work too, Tom Cruise. You know, like, thanks. And I go, yeah, you know, I'm friends with Judd Apatow and Seth Rogen, and they went to your house. And went, yes, yes, yes. They did come to my house. And I said, Seth Rogen was like, you know, it was amazing. He has like a bike track in his backyard. It's phenomenal. And I did a Seth Rogen impression, and it was like I did a magic trick. Tom Cruise was like, yeah.
So that is what a deep fake is. I'm sure you've noticed how many times his face changed. Yeah, so that's a deep fake. So this was done for fun, but I think that the scary nature of the technology is that you can use video and manipulate someone's face. So I could literally be on video, and going back to what William Byrd said yesterday, I'm a closet Nazi, as an example. You could end up believing that I'm actually a Nazi. So yeah, Isaac is just getting, as I said, Isaac is with SANEF, and one of the discussions that we're having at the moment with SANEF and a couple of other organizations that Isaac is representing here today is obviously the issue around universal access to the internet. So he's going to give a brief presentation on that, followed by a presentation by the CEO. But thank you to this panel, and thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. I want to start by saying that if we want to focus on the fourth industrial revolution without addressing digital inclusion, we will widen the digital divide and make digital inequality just worse. So if our theme is fourth industrial revolution, human rights, it should be digital rights. And hence, a quick overview, and I see that I'm repeating in this or emphasizing some of the issues that came up, especially in the last session, but since yesterday morning. One of the reasons why this is important is also because of the concluding observations of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, where they specifically recommended that South Africa adopts relevant measures to ensure the accessibility and affordability of the internet. This is in line with the African Commission on Human People's Rights 2016 resolution, where they ask states to implement legislative and other measures to guarantee, respect, protect citizens' rights to freedom of information and expression through access to internet services. So, and this is like a refrain from a number of different multilateral organizations, and in the South African National Development Plan, and in the South African policy, SA Connect, that access to information using the internet is central to the enjoyment of other rights and essential to bridging the digital divide. This is a quote from President Ramaphosa on the same issue. He repeated this in his current State of the Nation address. And if you think about this framework and all the talking about it, why is it true that my number is 50 45% of the South African population still do not have access to the internet. So if we talk about access to information in this digital age, we really talk about access to the internet. So the group of organizations that you see listed there, in September last year, launched this report on universal access to the internet and free public access as a way to try and get the South African government and other stakeholders to implement what's already in the policy and on the law books and already part of implementation plans, but there seems to be very little movement. So what's the 7-point plan? Free public internet access at government sites, free Wi-Fi as a municipal service, zero-rated access to government and public interest content, and this one is important, daily transfer of free lifeline internet access. So, and that can happen whether it is via the Competition Commission's what shall we call it, order to the mobile operators to provide free data lifeline to prepaid customers, or whether it means that somebody has a government site close by where they can go and access to the internet, doesn't matter how, but in some way our citizens need to have daily access to the internet. And then all of this supported by media, information, digital literacy, as well as standards for the provision of free access, and very importantly for institutions like the Human Rights Commission and the Information Regulator, oversight and monitoring mechanisms. Now, throughout this set of 7 action items, there are 3 key issues that we address in this plan, which you can download, by the way, from internetaccess.africa. So the first one is about relevant content. So it's no good to just talk about internet access, but it must also be relevant content, which would include things like e-government services, public interest content, how to be part of the digital economy, how to bank online, and so on. Secondly, is about safety of access. And thirdly is a real plan to implement the access, not the plans that we've seen published year after year after year with zero budgets, so that nothing will happen. Now, because of time, I'm not going to go through the 7, but you can go to that site, internetaccess.africa, and you can find long and short versions of the presentation. I want to skip to the last 2 or 3 slides. So this is number 6 and number 7 of the 7-point plan. And also make you aware of a report that came out now in January about the future of work. And it says one of the key prerequisites for that is that universal digital inclusion needs to be established and entrenched as a socio-economic right. So, the authors of that report even came up with this 3-year plan or 5-year plan to implement all of these, but I don't want to focus on that. Let's go to the next steps from our viewpoint. The first one is the Competition Commission Data Service Inquiry, where they essentially, as part of their findings about free data lifeline to prepaid customers, free Wi-Fi, zero-rated content, which we think is a really good start, and it reflects some of the proposals that we've made. But now, with the big fight back from the mobile operators, we need to look at how can consensus be reached and ways that will make it possible for everybody. And we're trying to play a role to bring some of the stakeholders together to have constructive discussions about it. Secondly, ICASA's current inquiry into mobile broadband services, we need to ensure, and we've made such submissions, that the outcome of the inquiry would at least reflect a similar set of proposals that came from the Competition Commission, or other ways in which universal internet access become a an enabling right or basic right or part of our socio-economic rights or whatever we want to do. We also made some submissions to the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution saying that you first need universal access, because without universal access, nearly half of our population will be excluded from the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And then one of the big issues this year, our focus on promotion of Access to Information Act. We believe there's an urgent review and reform required to make it fit for purpose in the digital age, including the addition of universal internet access rights as one of the key new things that need to be added to the Act. So some of the civil society organizations are currently busy with an advocacy campaign that we will go public with in the next month or two to try and come up with a proposed set of amendments that will bring the Act into the digital age. And then finally, we think that some of the issues that we spoke about now would also fit well into South Africa's response in terms of internet access as a socio-economic right. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Isak. And I think that's a conversation that we obviously have to take forward, and it's very true. I think the observation to take out of that is that it's one thing to talk about the Fourth Industrial Revolution and all the amazing stuff, all the scary stuff that accompanies it when people don't have access to something as basic as the internet. But of course, up next, you know, the discussion, leading the discussion around the next steps, as well as giving us our vote of thanks, is of course the CEO of the South African Human Rights Commission, Advocate Tsidiso Tipanyani.
Thank you, Cashwell colleagues. I gave away my 30 minutes to Isaac and company, but it's fine. We support the campaign for access to free internet, and we'll try and convince the leadership of the Commission to support this campaign, because really without this, much of what we're talking about here and much of everything else will really mean nothing in terms of what the future holds for us. So I'll really try and do this in 5-6 minutes, maximum 10 minutes, so can rest assured. I'd like to start first of all by really thanking the team which put this conference together, colleagues from the SAHRC, and the colleagues from the South African Human Rights Commission. I won't mention people by name, but they know themselves, you've seen them around. It's amazing. We didn't think we'll pull this thing off, really. I think I gave instruction to my staff the second week of January, so you can imagine the time pressures we've been working under. But I think it's been one of our most amazing workshops in the last 25 years of the Human Rights Commission. I've been here since 1996, so at least I can vouch for that, in terms of diversity and the issues and the relevance. So thanks to colleagues. I also want to thank all the speakers and the panelists and everybody else who came to the workshop. Thank you for that. I also want to thank my leadership for allowing us to do this at such a under such time frames. So I really want to thank everybody for that. And unfortunately, my chairperson could not make it. He is doing a provincial visit to Free State. And of course, we unfortunately had to do without him so that at least this conference can continue. Otherwise, we'd have had to postpone it to next week. And next week was supposed to be in Geneva, me and him, but unfortunately, Corona has put an end to that. So had we known, actually, we could have had this conference next week, but it's fine. Anyway, as a way forward, colleagues, I just want to say 3 things, really. One, I would like to repeat what I said earlier on yesterday, quoting again Ngugi wa Thiong'o. It's very important that the wealth of science, technology, and arts should enrich people's lives and not enable their slaughter. That's very important. We should bear that in mind. Secondly, I want to refer you to what the Vienna Declaration said in 1993, that everyone has a right to enjoy the benefits of scientific progress and its applications. That's all we're doing about. That's what we're here for. Then my third point is actually the guy whom I quoted earlier on, Dixon, who predicts how the future would look like 100 years from now. And he says, without shared ethics, our future will surely descend into a lawless, chaotic hell with unstrained greed, extremes of wealth, and widespread social unrest. Now, of course, there's a debate whether it's the third or the fifth industrial revolution. That's not the point. The point is that right through the history of humankind, human beings have always had technological advances, from the spear to the missile and whatever. But secondly, human beings have also always abused technology to advance their own greed. So you think of the Atlantic, the cross-Atlantic slavery, that was technology because there were ships which had to fly people across. You think of the Second World War, you think of how we were colonized by Europeans. You know, while we're fighting with sticks and spears, they were using machine guns and stuff like that. That's technology. So we're seeing the same thing now again in the future. Already people are talking about the sixth revolution, industrial revolution, which will entail fusing biometrics, human brain tissues for a privileged few, intelligence and robotics, resulting in a dislocation of over 4.5 billion jobs. That's the projection. So technology will always be there. There will always be these disparities. And our role as human rights people is to ensure that this technology basically advances human rights and not the other way. So we're in for a major, major fight. And therefore, this conference is really important in that sense that, you know, it's been a long time where some of us have really been talking about peripheral issues around human rights. But now it's very clear that if we don't get on the bandwagon of ensuring that science and technology advance human rights, basically we'll be operating on the fringes. And that's why we're here to say, how do we, as a collective, ensure this? Now, the Human Rights Commission has a very clear mandate in terms of Section 13 to advise government on how government governs for human rights. We have to advise government, we have to keep an eye on government, we have to slap government where it's necessary, we even have to sue government where it's necessary. That's our mandate. And therefore, we have to, as human rights commissions and chapter institutions, make sure that the usage of science and technology in our country does advance human rights and is not used to exploit and destroy human lives. Because there are those who are going to benefit from the exploitation of science and technology to the disadvantage of human rights. So that's the nature of us, of the history of mankind. So that's what we need to do. So for us, it's actually a start as a Human Rights Commission to ensure that we actually do this. So one of the things we'll be doing is to create a post of a Chief Information Officer who will ensure that the Commission now keeps an eye on this thing. I've been whispering to Fadla to say we need to influence our commissioners, that the Human Rights Commission must have a Human Rights and Science and Technology Officer who will help to keep us an eye on these things and make sure that we deal with these things. Otherwise, we become irrelevant to what's happening and what will happen. So you can imagine how the 20th Industrial Revolution would look like. It's going to happen. I mean, if we're going to be here for another 1,000 years, 2,000 years, we don't know. So we have to be relevant to this thing. So really, colleagues, that's where we are. And this is just the start. We'll be engaging with everybody, our colleagues from Information Regulator, who have to make sure that cybersecurity does not undermine the right to personal information. And everybody else, IEC needs to make sure that our elections don't get hijacked by criminals. Now, Fatla forgot something which is now new. The Human Rights Commission has a mandate now under the optional protocol against torture to monitor police cells, to ensure that there is no torture happening and there is no cruel and inhuman treatment there. So you can imagine 100 years from now when we have robocops. It means the Human Rights Commission should be able to also deal with robocops, which means the Commission must also be on par with technology at that level. So I really want to thank you all. Have a good day. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. And of course, don't forget to get your parking tickets validated on your way out. Thank you.